Hello, everyone. Welcome to another late show with your host, Young Brando, live from Brooklyn, New York. Um, we have a lot to talk about today. I think I'll do this. I'll be previewing the three auctions that are coming up by the end of this week in New York. Um, there is the Christie's on the 8th, the Sotheby's Important Watches auction on the 9th, and then Phillips is going on the 10th and 11th. And finally, if we are able to get through some important watches, no pun intended, maybe we can make a few picks from each auction, choose a few lots from each auction, and I can try to get tomorrow or maybe earlier on Thursday and check out some of those watches for you and shoot some stuff. And we can take a closer look later in the week. It's a little cold outside and quite wet, so I'm still getting used to it. I'm still getting acclimated back to New York. All those years of living in Los Angeles really made me soft. It's hard. It's hard out there. It was a very wet day today. It was sprinkling the entire day and also raining at times. I was really happy early in the day. Morocco won. Later, Portugal won. So finally, at this stage of the tournament, the teams that I pick are going through. So that made me really happy, especially Morocco. I'm really happy about that. It's Morocco kind of became the adopted home country at this point. Obviously, they're an Arab nation, and Qatar is an Arab country, so it makes absolute sense that a lot of the home crowd would turn towards them. Of course, they are also an African team, so suddenly at this stage of the tournament, where you have basically mostly Europeans or South Americans, they add another layer of intrigue to the tournament, which I really like. Of course, a lot of these players also come to the field with a certain case, right? They are themselves immigrants in some of the countries that they also play in, or they're descendants of immigrants, like Ashraf Hakimi, for example, who has scored the last penalty, and in a style that is called Panenka after the Czech player, that cheeky lob right through the middle. It was quite a delight to watch. And look, beyond the pleasantries, I think after what Morocco has done in the group stage, after the way they choked the midfield of a number of different teams, but especially Croatia, basically neutralizing someone like Modric, I was expecting Luis Enrique to really be a little more inventive, if not necessarily adventurous, because it should have been clear that they would be a hard team to break down just by the sheer force of passing and through the middle. And if you have seen the minute that Nico Williams came onto the right wing, the minute that Balde and Fati came to the left wing, suddenly Spain started finding some dimension in the play, created those opportunities by vertical running down both flanks. And suddenly they created perhaps more clear chances in the last 15, 20 minutes of the game than they had in the 65, 70, 75 minutes. So it just doesn't make sense to me. I love Luis Enrique. I really do feel for him, because he has gone through a lot, um, as a man, as a father. On the personal level, he has gone through a lot of pain in the last few years. Um, but it seems, much like his his mentor, Guardiola, he's very set in his ways, and he doesn't compromise. And as you know, that does bring a lot of success, if you are on the right path, and if it is working out for you, if you stick to what you know best. Um, I mean, you're making things inevitable. You're making success inevitable. Um, but when your first plan of attack doesn't work, when your plan A certainly isn't clicking, why not try something different? I understand that, um, it's a young team, right? And within that young team, players like Nico Williams, Balde, Ansu Fati, they're even younger, and they perhaps lack a certain kind of international pedigree and experience, but they could have played more in the second half. You didn't have to. If you want to use them as an impact sub, you could have brought them in, for the last half hour, uh, or something like that, because clearly it wasn't working. And yeah, I understand, Thomas. They are not the team what they used to be. I mean, of course, because that was like, truly that kind of dominance that Spain had. I don't think, it might be once or twice a century, that spell of dominance that Spanish national team had, um, might not happen before the end of, you know, before the end of days. That was a very special team, and I don't expect this team to be that. And I understand, again, this is a very young team. Gavi and Pedri and players like that, they are so young. They have at least 2-3 more World Cups to play. There's going to be more chances for them. I know that for sure, but yeah, it's a little disappointing. It's a little disappointing for the Spain side, but that should not be taking credit away from Morocco. I think they played a great game. That's a team that knows its character, that is completely at peace with what they can achieve. Let's once again mark the fact that they have not conceded a goal from the opposition so far. They have played 4 World Cup games and only conceded 1 own goal. Quite an achievement, if you ask me. So they know how to defend well. They have an incredible midfield. Amrabat, what a player! What a player! I mean, he's the definition of box to box, but defensively, especially, he was incredible. So I'm very happy for them. Jay Gray says Morocco has spice. Interesting way to look at it. Yes. And he says, watching the teams during the national anthems was interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, tell me more. Tell me more. I think, again, it's. I like the fact that Morocco has a lot of players who were born in France, who were born in the Netherlands, who were born in Ashraf Hakimi's case in Madrid, of all places. I just find it to be a particularly, significant moment. They're now in the last 8. Portugal is an incredible team. You have seen how well they have played without Ronaldo. I appreciate the fact, look, I mean, I will always be a CR7 fan. There's no doubt about that. But I appreciate the fact that Fernando Santos just kind of stuck his feet and said, like, I'm not playing Ronaldo if I find, Gonzalo Ramos might be a better choice for this particular game. And they have completely demolished Switzerland. And that's Switzerland is not a team to sneeze at. Bruce G says, I find shootout penalty kicks so anticlimactic. I used to be like that, Bruce. I used to think like that. I used to think, especially if you're on the losing end, of course. I used to think that it's very unjust. That is it really worth to is it really justice to leave it to basically a coin toss at the end of the game? But as I matured in a way, don't take me wrong, I'm not trying to imply something else, especially as an athlete, I've come to realize that the more tired you get, right, the more physically exhausted and depleted you are, the more difficult it is to stay mentally in the game. And having played an hour and a half of the ultimate level of competition in the World Cup for your country, layers and layers of meaning and significance and burden, whatever you want to call it. If you can, after so much time and after so much exhaustion, if you can still stay in the game and walk up to that penalty spot and walk up, run up to that ball and put it behind the net, you certainly have something special up here. And the fact that, the Moroccans scored 3 out of 4 and the Spanish missed all 3, I think speaks volumes. And I don't know what made Luis Enrique to choose Soler and Sarabia rather than some other players. I'm guessing it was something. Maybe it was the opposite of what Gareth Southgate did in the finals of the European Championship, where he put 3 of his young stars back to back to take the penalties, and they basically all missed, and that really put them under the national spotlight in the worst way. They have been hurled so much racial abuse too in their particular case. So I'm guessing that perhaps Luis Enrique wanted to protect some of his young players, like Ansu Fati, for example. I think, who is probably a much better penalty taker than Soler. But you see, I mean, this is a very young team. The Moroccan team, on the other hand, you have players who are now mature. Hakimi is not the player anymore who has just made it into the Real Madrid first team. He has won the Serie A with Inter, and he's earning God knows how many millions of euros at PSG and playing at the highest level for so long. Ziyech is the same in a way. He has achieved so much in Ajax and has been at Chelsea and at the Premier League for so long. I think almost 30 years old now. Amrabat is the same. He's either 30 or maybe in his late 20s. Bruno is again, has achieved so much in Sevilla. Man, I mean, they have some young talent as well, don't take me wrong, but Morocco is a very well-oiled machine. I've been very very impressed by them, and very excited about their prospects against Portugal. God knows. I mean, they might. No, Sevilla. Sevilla. He has been playing for Sevilla for a very, very long time. I think I want to say almost like 8 years. He is Canada-born, actually. Jay Gray. He's your compatriot, Morocco's goalkeeper. Oh, okay. He has been playing only for 3-4 seasons. Sorry, for Sevilla, and before that he was in Girona. But he has played most of his life in the La Liga. But he was born in Quebec, actually, to Moroccan parents. That's an interesting little detail and coincidence there. Maybe that's where he has his style from Montreal. All right, so let's start a little bit. I think I will go with Christie's first, and we'll move from there. Yeah, there are a lot of North Africans in Quebec, for sure. I mean, for obvious reasons. Francophonie would be one. There's a tendency that the first few lots are almost always usual suspects, as if to warm up the room. We have a 50th anniversary Submariner, the Kermit 1661 OLV, 11661 OLV in the Hulk. We have the so-called Smurf, which I think is, with all due respect, superior to what they have in white gold these days in the lineup. We have an early example of the in-house movement, Rolex Daytona 116520 with caliber 4130. I think increasingly people will realize that the 5-digit Daytona, probably in the field of Rolex, is the next big thing. I think the prices are kind of attractive these days. It can get better. There are examples of the 5-digit Daytona. And this is to say 16520, the generation of Daytona that was for the first time running on an integrated self-winding chronograph caliber that was based on the famous Zenit El Primero caliber 400. There are a few varieties of 16520 with the so-called porcelain dial, a particular iteration of the white dial. There's the so-called Patrizi that can have such an incredible premium depending on the patina, depending on the browning of these cream outer rings of the sub-dials. But leaving some of those more desirable variants aside, there are a lot of great deals to be had in the 5-digit Daytona 16520. I think the white is very beautiful. In a way, I find it a little more elegant, but in the sense that maybe it would look a little better on a leather strap. And you guys know that I love putting Rolexes on leather straps, even though I have my bracelets. Um, but to be honest, the black dial is simply more versatile in a way. Um, this something like this would be just as great on like a black leather strap, or maybe like a dark brown, or even like a dark brown Alcantara, some sort of faux suede like of kind of action. So anyway, a lot of great deals to be had for the 6-digit Daytona, and I think in terms of collecting Rolex watches, in terms of collecting neo vintage Rolex watches, that's a great sweet spot, because it presents a generation of the Daytona, a time in Rolex's history that will never come back. Rolex will never turn back the clock, no pun intended, where they are sourcing a chronograph caliber from some other brand. So in the long run, I think these are going to be the ones to have, because the hand wound ones are already out of reach for most collectors anyways. So something like this could be interesting. Original owner, it says this is of course for some, that's a great example of provenance. It looks very clean. The tachymeter bezel, the case looks great. Great piece. Hi, Ozzy. I don't, unfortunately, I don't have my microphone, and I'm kind of losing my voice. It was even worse yesterday, which is one of the reasons why I didn't even bother. Again, the same generation in white gold. These are also a great deal. You see here, you have box and papers, basically the so-called racing dial with oversized Arabic numerals, leather strap, matching clasp. This is also a great deal. Very sharp case, as you can see. This is a 16519. So again, white gold Daytona with the Zenit El Primero based caliber. Beautiful watch. Another great dial. It was basically bought as a Christmas present in 1999, when they were on their way out, right? About to be replaced by the 6-digit in-house caliber versions. And right next to it, of course, you have the 6-digit version of it with a black dial on a full white gold bracelet and the red accents. I think this is an amazing one as well. I remember still that there was a Rolex ad at some point with Roger Federer with this particular watch, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly a white gold Daytona of this generation, but I'm trying to remember if it was black or not, the dial. But I think it's fair to call this Federer, perhaps 116519. No, 509. I'm sorry. Let me see. I had posted this on my Instagram. Well, also, Ozzy, if you are still there, the reason it's early is, of course, I'm 3 hours ahead, so it has to be early. until I come back to Los Angeles, it will be always a little early. Yes, there we go. I found it. Yeah, this was an amazing ad. 116509. Pretty good. Again, relatively speaking, 16528s are a great deal as well if you want a gold Daytona with a full bracelet. That can be certainly an option. It will set you back less than a current generation, and you can actually get your hands on one rather than having to pander to some authorized dealer who might string you along. Lot 18 is always interesting to me because these were literally some of the most undesired watches of all time. You know, people keep saying that, you know, already 6-7 years ago, no one wanted the Nautilus and they were discounted, etc. But if you really wanted to know about the Nautilus that no one wanted and that they couldn't possibly give away, it was this one, 3710. Some have tried to present this as the first complicated Nautilus. Far from it, right? Just the power reserve indicator, I think it's a little euphemistic. It's going a little far to call it a complication. 3712 is the first complicated Nautilus, coming out in 2005 and staying in production for about a year. And that's the moon phase, which was replaced by 5712, of course. That also has a power reserve indicator in addition to the pointer date. Yeah, they couldn't possibly give these away. The watch does have a unique charm, if you ask me, starting with the railroad track for the seconds, the Roman numerals, which are, you know, applied Roman numerals, which are quite unusual for a Nautilus, and the particular display of the power reserve, which I think is very quirky. So everything that made people hate this watch in a bygone time nowadays makes it so desirable and so rare and so unique. And hey, now it even has a nickname, the Comet. As you know, everything has to have a nickname in the world of watches, especially in the world of auctions. So there you go, the Comet, and suddenly the estimate is $50,000 to $100,000. Thomas says lot 11, the Datejust with the tile bracelet. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, yeah, let me just drop the link in there. Oh yeah. And maybe if you guys want to direct my attention to any particular piece, if you would like me to go in depth to any of these pieces that I'm skipping over, feel free to draw my attention to it. If you do it with a super chat, even better, but it's not a must, obviously. This is a 1601 in full yellow gold. a very unique bracelet, so-called tile bracelet. From the back, it can fool you, but it's a very different bracelet from the front. I'm so sorry, guys. And it has a tropical dial as well, as you can see, which has kind of a quartz-like texture. And I'm speaking of like quartz marble, like the stone kind of structure. Yeah, very unique and rare piece, as they have said there, lot 11. There's, of course, a 116506, the Platinum Daytona. Which, of course, came out for the first time as the 50th anniversary edition. They have a 5711 with a green dial. Should be interesting to see how far the lot 22 will go. 5059G, which is, of course, a perpetual calendar with the moon phase and the retrograde dates. I kind of love the case design on these. I find it very masculine in a way. Most perpetual calendars perhaps are not. I mean, which is not a lack, of course. I think it's usually not the style of the watch, but I find this one pretty unique and very, very beautiful for that reason. The 5059 G here in white gold, Patek Philippe perpetual calendar with retrograde dates and moon phase indicator. And I think it has a hinged case back, just to make sure. Yeah, right there. So it's like a half hunter type situation there. Quite a beautiful piece. $51.46G. The second generation of annual calendars by Patek Philippe, here rendered in white gold, power Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12, power reserve right at 12 o'clock, date at 6, moon phase right above it. Enlarged to 39 millimeters rather than 38 as it was originally. Which is what you can see here, basically. White gold with a white gold beads of rice bracelet, Roman numerals, power reserve at 12 o'clock, moon phase at 6. I'm sorry, guys. This I think this is going to follow us for a little bit. of course, Geneva Seal movement in this case, since we have a watch that is pre-2009, which is largely where the transition is located for Patek Philippe, breaking with the hallmark of Geneva, breaking with the Geneva Seal. Hands, knees, and toes. Hey, man. Mike David, good afternoon. New Zealand. Good afternoon, New Zealand. I'm doing well, man. Hans, thank you for being here. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in New York. I think Brazil is going to win. I'm not really surprising anyone. I guess I was really amazed by Morocco, as was everyone. But not sure how far that will get them. We can look at the brackets later, perhaps. But I feel Portugal is dynamic enough, and they know well enough to use the flanks. They have players like Rafa Leão, Gonçalo Ramos. They have Cristiano Ronaldo as a super sub now. I'm not sure if Morocco can hold up. I would really like to see them in the semifinal, which no African team has ever done. But I'm really not sure that's happening. Oh my God. Hans, sometimes I've always been a bigger fan of the defensive side of the game. So sometimes it gets to me when people talk about joga bonito and whatever. But come on, I mean, you have to be a genuine hater to say anything bad about the way Brazil played against Korea in the first half. I mean, it looked like they were playing a video game. It was crazy. They were unstoppable. They were unplayable. And they were scoring goals for fun. It was incredible. So much talent in that team. Going back again, 5711G, the white gold with that sunburst gray dial, which I think is actually a very underrated Nautilus, to be honest. I know people like the Nautilus as an integrated bracelet watch. I know the ones with full bracelets, especially the stainless steel on a full bracelet, will probably be always preferable to a 5711G, J, or even R when it comes on a leather strap. But I think these are amazing watches, and I actually like them a lot more than the ones on a full bracelet. But that doesn't say much, because I don't like the Nautilus at all. So that's another story, though. Going back again, 5036 G on the full bracelet here, black and white, gold dial options, 5035R. Once again, that's the earlier iteration of the annual calendar on a leather strap in pink gold, 5140J. Perpetual calendar, leap year indicator, 24-hour indicator as well, in 37 millimeters. That famous micro rotor caliber 240. I don't know if you guys have heard this story, but this is something I learned from Nick Fox. The Patek Caliber 240 was actually designed by Gérard Perret. And Gérard Perret was apparently someone they recruited from Universal. And Universal, of course, was a pioneer for self-winding movements with a micro rotor. So I'm assuming that Perret was either the designer himself or part of the designing team for the caliber of the pole router as well. Yeah, I really do like the Caliber 240. I'm very fond of Patek's micro rotor pieces. And once again, of course, you have something that is finished to Geneva Seal standards. Year 2007. 5140J. The estimate is 25 to 40K from the original owner. That is lot 28. You have the same reference in platinum with that sunburst blue dial. That has an estimate of 30 to 50K. You have the 5396R annual calendar, Breguet numerals. Quite an elegant watch. That's 25 to 45. Same reference in white gold with a matching beads of rice bracelet, blue sunburst dial, 30 to 50,000. Same reference, pink gold with the matching bracelets, 20 to 40K. Back to back, a lot of similar things. 5396R with a sector dial, which I think makes it a little more interesting. I kind of like this a little more than the previous examples in pink gold again, on the strap. And you have a 24-hour indicator right around the moon phase as well. $5040J, again, when it comes to Patek perpetual calendars, I think it's one of the most beautiful ones. I love the case. I don't know. I love this kind of oddball stuff. It might be just me, but you have a lot of things in this watch that people would go crazy if it were in a round-cased watch. You know, you have a perpetual calendar with all the fixins. You know, the leap year indicator, the 24-hour indicator, Breguet numbers, Breguet hands. You know, what else can you really ask for? The pointer date, so on and so forth. But these can be quite a bargain compared to other Patek perpetual calendars. Next, you have a 5135R. This is a Gondolo Calendario, an annual calendar in the Gondolo shape. And you have another gondola which has a beautifully guilloche decorated dial with these stylized Arabic numerals. Cronometro Gondolo. It's quite a stunning watch. 1598R, rose gold, tonneau shaped. That's lot 36, 15 to 25K estimated value. You have the same one in platinum, 15 to 25 again. Then you have what is probably my favorite gondola before going to the one that has a tourbillon and the 10-day power reserve. This is the one with that stepped case, still rectangular, of course, salmon dial with the blackened Breguet numerals and feuille hands and an 8-day power reserve. Beautiful watch, 5124G. Next up, you have Vacheron Patrimony that could have fooled you, but it is actually not only a beautifully wearable platinum watch, it also happens to be a minute repeater, as you can see here from the gong, the hammers, and the slider on the left flank of the case. The dial itself is made out of platinum as well. Number 2 in a limited edition of 10, apparently. The 570 Calatrava is of course, again, classic. Very elegant, 35 millimeters. In many ways, the epitome of a discreet dress watch in white metal. 15 to 25K of estimated value. Hey, JB and Aussie's here.
G'day.
Hey, man.
I can tell you're working on a single screen.
Yeah. I always work on a single screen, man. I'm not as technologically adept as you are.
Uh-huh. I got a new mic. We'll see. This should cancel out a little bit more noise in general.
Yeah.
And it
I don't know.
shouldn't sound much different.
I kind of like hearing Junior running in the background. I guess we will have to do just with the visuals.
Yeah. Well, there's a little baby screaming right now. Well, half screaming.
I could hear that.
You could still hear it. Hopefully, it was a little bit muted compared to the other microphone.
Maybe. Yeah, Thomas. I was just looking at that. That was a very special watch. Platinum dial, minute repeater. It just looks like a simple dress watch. I love when they make minute repeaters like that. It's perfectly wearable, just 41 millimeters. Could be, of course, I mean, it's $100,000 to $200,000, and that might be even something of a tease. Chances are, since it's one of 10 pieces, it might go for so much more. Well, not so much more, but more than that. I really like the 5196P. That's Calatrava with Breguet numerals. Speaking of which, this might be one of the great deals, if you like this kind of aesthetic. 37 millimeters, I think it's a great size for a dress watch. Again, Breguet numerals, people go crazy over them. I love them as well, especially on slightly more formal pieces. Yeah, I'm thrown off by the sound of rain in the background, Ozzy.
Oh, you're getting a little bit of something.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
No,
on
not
your
you,
side,
not
or is it just
me? Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
it's I'm not used to this, man. I've been pampered in Los Angeles.
Southern California?
It's not good. So how much did you invest in that new microphone, Ozzy, if you don't mind?
We've got a couple. This one's like $100. The other one that I might try out's like 300. This one I'm hoping works out. It's 100, but it's a lot more focused. So if I start talking over here, you might start hearing a little bit of a difference. And then over here, it should like sound like I'm not even in the same room anymore. So
Right.
it offers
It,
a
it
little
does
bit
make
more separation, which may be useful in my environment. Like this other microphone. This one's really good if you've got like you're trying to pick up really fine detail. It's sort of really perfect for sort of like music basically, or singing, but it's not really that useful for broadcast. It'll pick up a lot of the room itself, and obviously kids. So it's still a high quality microphone. It's just I need something less high quality and more the word isn't really cancellation, but just more about picking up less noise. So if my wife is over there talking to someone, it should be a little bit less noticeable. Like right now, this should be nearly unintelligible. Is that fair to say? And I'm not modulating my voice. It's just if you go off axis, it just really kills the sound of it.
Right. It does make a huge difference. That's right. I mean, you can hear it.
The real issue is like whether or not I can live with it. As in, with this, I really need to like pay attention to exactly where it is and not just sort of like wander off and swing. I gotta stay right on top of the mic to be able to make it work, which may not be something I really want to do. So the other one is less shotgunny, basically. This is almost like a shotgun mic. I don't know if you're familiar with that when you're looking up your microphone.
What does that mean?
Shotgun mic is like a long tubular mic, and it's designed to only get what's exactly in front of the microphone. And this has the same pattern as a shotgun mic, but it isn't in a shotgun mic style. I think you've got the Shure S7 or MV7 or something like that. That's got a pickup pattern that's more similar to this one. So if you've got people to the side of you and stuff like that, it still sounds relatively normal.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes very useful. Like if you're in a room and you've got multiple people singing or something like that, or instruments, you don't want it to sound weird when it goes off axis. But this one, for example, if someone was singing and then they're slightly off, it just starts, it sounds very different basically. So we'll see. The benefit is like if there's stuff happening, which there's always friggin' stuff happening. I bought that before I had kids, that other microphone. Primarily, I bought the other microphone when there are no kids.
I'm kind of smitten by this Patek Chrono that I've seen. Pink gold, pink dial, 40s. Looks like a beautiful piece. And if you saw it from the side, you see how crisp that hallmark is. It's like it just came from the foundry or something. it's unreal. I don't know if they, since it has the Patek service tag on the back, I wonder if they do this sort of refinish in Geneva.
Restamp it, you're saying?
Well, I mean, look, it's really unreal. Can you imagine a watch like this from the 40s? I mean, I'm wearing a 40s watch right now. Trust me, it doesn't look like that at all. Not to say that it's not impossible. But, this is an estimate of $70,000 to $100,000, lot 44. Let's see what the lot essay says. Launched in 1938, the reference 591 is one of the least known chronographs of Patek's production and was manufactured with the aim of offering a timepiece with a shape and size differing from the reference 130 and 533. So this is a 34 millimeter, whereas 130 is a little smaller. The design of the reference 591 is quite groundbreaking for early Patek Philippe chronographs. Note how the lock side profiles imitate the shape of the chronograph pushers, underlining the nicknamed bean aesthetic of the Fagiolino in Italian, right? The cases were made for Patek Philippe by no other than Venga, the same prominent Geneva case maker that later made the 1579, and early examples of 2497 and 2499. Okay.
Do you know people that are bidding on these auctions?
Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna. I don't know if I will be in the room, but I'm gonna go on Thursday to check out some of these watches at Christie's, actually.
Oh, cool. Do they have like a display room for all the lots?
Yeah, they have previews, sometimes even traveling stuff, but I missed some of the stuff when they were passing through Los Angeles, but thankfully I'm lucky enough that I'm here this week, so I can actually see them in New York. But it's good that you ask, because I can actually show our viewers, so let's go all the way up. When you see, we click the auction, right? Important watches, December 8th, 10 a.m., whatever. You see there's viewing times here. So you click.
Oh, cool.
And there we go.
Do they have a favorite system? You can earmark the ones you're interested in looking at to remind you which ones to check out in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, if you have an in, they can bring out all sorts of watches for you. But I think the etiquette is that you come in with, unless you're a dealer or something, you come in with like maybe half a dozen. May I take a look at, lot 4, 15, 54, 60, and 65, please, or something like that. So yeah, but I'm sure they also bring out, everything but the kitchen sink out for some of their preferred customers as well.
We did talk about some of the prices in previous auctions being either very low ball or some, high, but more low the last time we were looking at stuff. I was wondering if you had closing prices on a lot of these things, and if you ever review those.
I do. Evan, absolutely not interested. Dungeon is literally beneath me, so it's really adorable that you would think I would stoop down to that level, but
I think what Evan's referring to is like the last. I know you don't want to really hear about it, but one of your viewers has asked. Basically, Curly is in charge of the dungeon now with Narc. And he wants it to take a little bit more of a professional stance, more like I guess you could say a home shopping channel. You know, it's
Right.
24/7, but he wants more people to be willing to do shows, and he's allowing self promotion, and so
Yeah, I
invites
don't,
have been handed around and stuff like that.
I don't need that.
Um,
I don't need that. I don't. I'm not involved with this venture at all anymore. I do my own thing. They're more than welcome here on this channel. You know, whether they want to be serious or they want to come and pester me and troll me, whatever they say. You know, come and participate here. I mean, I have no interest in giving away my time for free to anyone at all. That time has passed.
mhm.
So,
I understood.
yes, the what you were saying last time. So, there are a few different ways of looking at it. Now, people love talking about white glove sales these days. A lot of the auction houses take real pride in selling each and every lot they listed, and one way of doing that is to come up with lower estimates, and that gives you room to also say, hey, you see this item actually sold for 2.5 times more than the low estimate. This is what they did, for example, with the beauty in everything auction with Mark Cho's collection, right? Everything sold, and on average, it was sold 2.5 times the lower end of the estimate. Now,
Mhm.
Philips is particularly prone to doing that. They are trying to tease in people by putting down lower estimates. But by and large, that's the tradition as well, because you want to encourage people to bid on it and then get in a heated bidding war where prices escalate to something unexpected. And if you have confidence in the example that you have sourced, you can take that risk. That's not
Mhm.
always the case with all auction houses, though.
I get you. I mean, it's an auction and rather than a price for a sale, so it does them no good to set the estimates very high. Apart from setting some expectation, but it could hurt by not attracting enough bidders. And if there's no bidder, even if there's one person willing to pay a lot of money, if there's no second bidder, it just won't get that high.
By the way, also, sometimes it's confused, and rightly so. Lower estimate is not always the reserve price.
Right. Yeah.
So lower
The reserve
estimate
price might be super high.
yes, it can be high, it can be lower as well. But lower estimate can coincide with the reserve. So I think to set that at a certain level, high or low, indicates what they wanted to go for at least. And then they build on that momentum. I think Philips does pretty well. Other auction houses we have seen, even watching live, had a lot of items that were completely passed. You know, that didn't sell because the estimates were a little too optimistic, and so reserves were very high, so on and so forth.
More of an issue of reserves being too high than perhaps unrealistic bidders or something like that. Is that what that one was about?
Say that again.
That the reserves were unrealistic rather than the bids too low, the bids not being realistic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there are ways in the auction world and tricks that the auctioneer can use. There's something called the chandelier bid, like, because they would basically raise their hands and grab made up bids from the thin air in a way. So sometimes when the auctioneers say, I have, like, let's say it's 10, the lower estimate, right?
Mhm.
When the auctioneer says, I have 9.5, it might mean that someone submitted an advance bid for $9,500, let's say. It might also mean that the auctioneer is, and they have the legal right to do so, is bidding on behalf of the house, heating things up, so people jump into it. And sometimes they don't. Sometimes they
I
don't.
thought that was highly illegal. I thought the chandelier bid was sort of like a ruse to not get caught. I don't know. I thought, like, I'm pretty sure, like, so Australia has a very, very big auction culture, I guess you could say. And like, for example, most houses are sold at auction in Australia. You know,
Really?
open call. Yeah, most. Not even a minority. Most are sold in open auction, and there's definitely rules to that. There's no way they're sneaking in with fake.
Look, I mean, let me backtrack a little bit. I don't know the fine print, but I don't know much about Australia either. But you know, the US is incredibly deregulated when it comes to these sorts of things. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are no legal consequences to that. But I might be wrong. I really don't.
Well, you're probably right. So in the past year, along with the watch bubble, there was a sealed video game bubble. So video games that still came in their vacuum wrapped thing. So I guess you would say sort of like Pateks with the double seal or whatever. But they really, really exploded in price. We're talking, the peak was a Super Mario that sold for 1 million. But it was slowly found out that it was really just one auction house, Heritage Auctions, combined with a grading company called, now it wasn't VGAs, but they basically started up their own grading company and started grading the quality of these sealed items and sort of to make them fungible. Like, this is a AAA rated seal, is a AA rated, and then they created a stratification. Then they had one of their own founders buy the Super Mario and then sell it, get it rated by their own rating company, and then sell it for $1 million. Who the buyer is, I don't know. But it's through these series of transactions, then they started these online auctions, and certainly things got very heated, but certainly most of the value retained went to this auction house.
That's very fascinating. I mean, to be honest, you know, double sealed Patek is one thing. In a way, people who buy double sealed Pateks, obviously 90% of the time don't buy it to wear them, right? They buy it to stash it away. So I don't want to exaggerate it too much, but the phenomenon you are describing, especially in a day where everything is up in the clouds or up in the cloud, really, that seems more like a baseball card like venture than a double sealed watch. But you know, people have done similar things in the watch game. I mean, you can come up with all sorts of theories about the rise of A-Lange und Söhne, and part of it is the pandemic phenomenon where people were, sitting at home with too much time on their hands. Timing is everything. You know, their integrated bracelet sports watch came out in late 2019, and suddenly that coincided with the pandemic, and that brought a lot of people into Lange, and they took an interest in the brand and saw how much more they have to offer than just their integrated bracelet sports watch. But what really cornered the market was basically Watchbox snapping up every single Lange that was available. They also hired this young gentleman who runs a platform called Langepedia. And he now produces content for them, makes all these wonderful videos about Lange's history and everything. So people are like maybe not as sinister in a way, but a lot of the corporate dealers have woken up to the fact that they can manipulate the market in certain ways as long as they produce quality and directed content on certain brands.
Right. Yeah, and it's not a security, so it's not regulated by the SEC. And these, I guess, brands like Lange are particularly targetable because to corner the market doesn't require an amazing amount of capital. But if you wanted to try corner the market on a specific Rolex, it would be near impossible.
And the number, well, especially right before the pandemic, I mean, you could basically get datographs for like $40,000-$50,000. Like basically top of the line Lange you could get for $40,000-$50,000. But even now, I think relatively speaking, they, early generations of Lange is still a decent deal, but there are just not many of them around. They still are, kept tapping out around 6,000 watches per year, probably less. I mean, probably more like 5,000. Pavel says Watchbox did that with Jaune previously, and Jaune also has a lot of capital behind them now. Since 2017, Chanel has a stake in Jaune, so that I'm sure that makes a lot of difference in terms of how wide they can spread their wings.
It's interesting how quickly the game can be set up and who ultimately gets burned, and whether or not the brands actually like it. Because as soon as it's above retail, you can expect flippers to start flooding in through the doors, asking for pieces and so on and so forth. And if they're not a savvy flipper, I guess they might not realize that liquidity for these items is not super strong.
No, not really. I mean, to this day, again, Lange has appreciated a lot in the market, but it's still not the kind of watch in most models. I'm not talking about the Odysseus, but it's still not the kind of watch where you buy and walk out and you can sell at a huge premium to someone else. I mean, it's still not that. So same thing with Vacheron Constantin, that now, except for the overseas, it's the same story. It's still a decent deal to get something from the boutique with Vacheron, if it is from the, if it is their hand-wound chronograph, if it is their American, but you still cannot expect to make a handsome profit turning around and trying to flip it. And I like that. I heard recently that FP Jaune basically interviews people at this point, in the sense, I'm not talking about the person, but the brand. And basically one of the questions they sneak in to this quote unquote interview is like, would you still buy these watches if they lost 20-30% of their value the minute you walked out? And if you hem and haw in response to that question, you probably get bumped all the way down.
It strikes me of like a government question. It's more like a intelligence test than it is really a vetting process.
Well,
like a customs, or have you been involved in terrorist activity? It's like, yes, but I still want to come into the country. It's like, what do you expect a terrorist to say? It's not.
Maybe they expect someone to say, your terrorist might be my freedom fighter.
It was funny. I did take the US citizenship test recently, and it did say something along the lines of, do you support anti-government or something like that, sort of
Dude, it's
groups and stuff like that. I was like,
I think you are forgetting.
from a British person's perspective, I'm pretty sure you guys have done pretty well with regards to your anti-government. I don't see any British Parliament influence here at all.
I think you are actually forgetting a lot of things. I mean, I've gone through every step of that process. They ask if have you ever practiced polygamy? Have you ever been party to a war crime? Have you ever been a member of the Nazi party? Have you ever perpetrated genocide on people? Have you ever been part of a communist party? Have you, do you believe in the Constitution, or have you engaged in anti-constitutional activities or something like that?
Yeah.
And the first question they asked me in the citizenship interview was, if we go to war against your home country today, who do you side with? And I said, without even thinking, the United States. It was so easy.
I didn't realize I had such a question. Like, I know they had will you, legally required for the draft, will you go? But the one that I thought was a little bit interesting was, it was a more of a compound question. Have you received militia, terrorist, and then or firearms training? And I'm like,
yes,
I've received the state required level of firearms training, but I guess the answer you want is no.
Well, I think the immigration officers who conduct such tests have a certain leeway in terms of the questions they ask. Remember, I come from a North African / Middle Eastern country originally, so for them that question must have taken a precedence. Whereas, an Aussie Brit probably isn't expected anytime soon to go to war against the United.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but I'm all in favor of ADs. I had a conversation with a friend who's not even remotely in this sort of game, but he's familiar with how hard it is to get PlayStation 5s. And I told him, what would be really good is if the PlayStation 5s didn't go to bots or flippers, if it actually went to people who played video games and don't have one, would love to have one. But the only way you can really do that is to actually interview people or take a look at their actual history and stuff like that, which is, it's the AD game there, which is, partially what's happening there. The other option is to bundle it with a whole bunch of games, for where the flipper's like, well, you've killed the value of this deal by bundling all this stuff, but to someone who plays video games, I bought a whole stack of video games for a new console, it makes a lot of sense. So it's it's a weird world out there once you start whacking around. Good day, Meech.
Gentlemen, how goes it?
Good, man.
Good. How's my new microphone, Meech?
No comment.
Do I have to upgrade? I think. Wait, this package here has the better microphone. I don't know. I don't want to break it out unless I have to.
No, it's fine.
No, I think you need some officially licensed Tim Wright merchandise.
Hey. Can I bring you in, Meech, again? Are you gonna behave?
But while we're talking about merchandise, Lord, I think you need some official Mike the Snake merchandise as a housewarming gift as well. I hear it livens up people's rooms, their dining room areas, their upholsteries. It's a great gift for this holiday season.
I might end up having some guests here quite soon, but I'm not sure if they're gonna make it to the live stream. Mike the Snake I don't think I have ever had him. No, I had him once on the channel. I don't think he comes to this channel at all. Which
you need to. I should inquire and see if he can make a Mike the Snake officially licensed dinner plate set. That's when you have the fine guests. When you have guests come over, you can break up the fine china, Mike the Snake dinner plates.
I I have to say I do miss some of the characters from that universe, and Mike the Snake is certainly one. Going back to what Ozzy was saying right before Meech came, I mean, some brands actually essentially do that. Lange does exactly what you said, theorizing about the PlayStation. Most of except for their sports model, you can basically order anything as long as you're willing to wait. You put down the deposit and you wait from 6 months to a year, sometimes less. Some models they have already, in the vault, they can give it to you, but the more popular stuff takes about 6 months to get. And if you get, any model, they can give you the precious metal version of the sports watch. So like a white gold Odysseus on the rubber band, for example, which in a way I actually like better than the better than the steel on the bracelet. But from a monetary perspective, it doesn't make sense still, because these things don't cost all that much on the secondary market. If you want to establish a relationship with the boutique going forward, it might make sense. And I think the onus is on them to encourage and incentivize that relationship rather than the other way around. Because they have to, realize that it was just a purple patch these last couple or few years, where everything was so inflated on the secondary market. From now on, it's a steady dip. Sometimes it can be more dramatic, but it's going to just continue to keep coming down until it stabilizes. And that might not happen until late next year, maybe even later.
So Meech, talking about AD relationships, you asked your AD for a Daytona yet?
Funny enough, I actually inquired about a Daytona. Excuse me. Long story short, I had to take my dog to the vet here to have her spayed. So I decided to pop into the dealer. And I asked. I said, I've got the lesser known expat, not the celebrity Dubai expat, but the Make-A-Wish or the Wish version, Ozzy expat, wondering if he can get a Daytona in Meteorite, and if you have to be a select person for the Rolex ADs to sign off on. And my rep basically said this. She said no. She said that there's only a handful of watches that only fall under that classification. She said a Meteorite Daytona does not fall underneath that qualification. She said, from what she knows anyways, if you had a good enough purchase history, you could qualify for it. She said it's just a matter of trying to get it in and convince the suppliers to give them one. She said, it's not so much you trying to, how did she say it? It's not so much you proving your point to us. We have to prove the point to our suppliers, and from there, we can go forward and give you a Daytona. So
that kind of makes sense to me, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense, because what exactly are they making a case for? That their sales are good enough to warrant getting allocation of the Meteorite?
yes, I think it's more or less that because they'll be able to sell it regardless, Ozzy. Whether if all three of us were to walk in and ask for it, they know they have somebody to sell it to. It's just them having to justify why they should get it, why they should be able to get it, rather than like a New York boutique or an LA boutique or someplace that's a little bit larger. So for them, it's more of it's a bigger battle for them than it really is for you.
I see. Interesting. But they is part of the battle saying this is who we intend to give it to?
I kind of continue to kind of ask, like, I'm like, okay, so like the Rainbow Daytona, she went to say, like, you have to have legitimate purchase history with us. You have to be just a little bit north of 100K in business.
That doesn't sound like much.
It really depends, I guess. 100K in 1 year is what you need to qualify. So to me that sounds like a lot. But it really depends on what you buy, I guess.
Aussie's face says, "I spent more than 100K this year on roller."
I'm pretty close. Like in the first 12 months,
Jesus Christ.
it was over 100K, but
Look, Mitch, he
20K of it was actually a Hulk. So I don't technically qualify, but I mean, you start throwing, like, if I buy one more gold piece with two pieces, you're at like 90K. It would strike me as unbelievable that 100K would qualify you for a Rainbow Daytona. That doesn't mean you'll
to
get
be
it.
fair,
But the qualification, I understand. I totally get it.
I would say it would probably depend upon district. So for my boutique, 100K is probably very, very rare. Probably only top 2% for their clientele.
Right. Interesting.
So, like, if you were to go to New York, I would probably imagine it's well over 100K. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd have to dump money off like crazy just to qualify.
Aussie, you really understand, when you come to New York, you go into these watch boutiques and other places, like, especially when it comes to watches, this is such a traditionally strong market, both in terms of Americans and tourists. Even the difference between Los Angeles and New York is night and day. Like the watches they have at the Vacheron Constantin boutique here in New York and the watches they have in Beverly Hills or Costa Mesa, you can put Beverly Hills and Costa Mesa together, the two Southern California locations. It would still not be half of what they have here in New York, just in the vault.
Sure.
And imagine they can get so much more because they are a flagship.
Yeah.
Same thing. It was the same thing when Tiffany was actually getting Pateks and putting them into cases rather than preserving them in vaults and just supplying them directly to preferred customers. New York was still getting the lion's share of everything that was allocated to them. So Meech is probably right. Spending $100,000 in Minnesota probably goes further than spending $100,000 in New York City, because there are at least a dozen more people who spend that kind of money in that boutique in New York City.
And I would like to add, for this particular boutique's location, with a population of probably less than 50,000, you're talking about a very small amount of people who can shell out 100K in store, so to speak. But to the point, anyways, she said only a certain amount of watches meet a standard which you have to shell out certain amounts of money. But she said the Daytona ain't one.
Yeah. I get it. Like, I've talked about a lot of times, like, there's no wait list. Almost anything can happen. On average, nothing happens. But the one that will catch you up, as in, like, you can't, like, you have to know what exactly is preventing you from getting it, is the Daytona. They have very deliberate qualifications for it, is my understanding. I've never heard of a place where, like, I've heard of GMTs going to people who are first-time buyers, but I've never heard of a Daytona going out the door in similar fashion.
My sales manager is actually pretty honest today. Like, I know it seems like a weird thing to say, but they've usually been fairly cat and mouse, but today she was pretty upfront. It's like she's an entirely different person. And she's like, I asked her, I said, just out of curiosity, more of a curiosity, if I were to place in an order for a Panda Daytona, would you sell it to me? And like, where would I stand? And she kind of just leaned back and she said, look, she said, honestly, with your purchase history, you've got a better chance than most. She said, she said, not to give too much away here. And she said, please don't let this go to your head. But she said, you're within our top 15% here of clientele, and you don't have that much of a spend history with us. And you have a better shot than most. She went on to say, she said, she said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We don't have a wait list. And she said, you know that. And she said, you know how the game works now,
That's
essentially.
good.
And she said, look, realistically, I'm going to be honest with you. It wouldn't be, she said, I wouldn't really hold your breath because it'd probably be a minimum of a 2-year wait. She said, I've got a book here, metaphorically speaking, of clientels who are still, elite VIPs who obviously are well ahead of me. But she said, if you're talking because she had a rubber white gold Daytona in the display case for exhibition. She said, if you're talking something like this, though, she said, let me talk to the manager. And she said, I'm pretty sure we can make something happen here in a couple of weeks.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, same Ozzy was saying. I've never heard someone getting a Daytona as the first one. I mean, if you're talking about the two-tone or like a diamond set dial, I can certainly imagine a scenario like that. So for someone who has bought 3-4 pieces already, they might be able to sling you something on the Oyster Flex, but probably not the stainless steel immediately.
Right.
Yeah, that's foreseeable. But the steal could happen. So I mean, there's no way that in Las Vegas at such a big AD as mine that I climb to the top of the list in objective metrics. Purchase history, last 12 months, it's just not going to happen. But at the same time, I get lucky. You know what I mean? Like you show up at the right time. They've got a Daytona burning a hole in their case. and it can happen. So it's good that you expressed interest, Meech. I don't know how close you are to the AD, but I'm
pretty close. Like I make so I'm officially on their annual Christmas card list now. So that's that's gonna count for something.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my AD. The last time I talked to her about a Space Panda, it was a long time ago. My purchase history looks different again, so we'll see. I've got no idea. As best as I can tell, it's exactly as you described. So you got an SA that told you the right stuff, and that is the real issue is the store getting one, not necessarily you. But at the same time, I just
think
can't
they're
imagine
be a little bit more honest with me nowadays.
Client they're intending to sell it for doesn't come up at that level. I don't fully understand how it could not become a, this is my client, they're X or Y. This is my client, they're X or Y. And in such things, it may be almost impossible for me to get ahead.
I mean, it's a combination of both, I think, because it's at the end of the day, it does depend on volume. So those ADs that have more volume might get some of those pieces a little more often than ADs that don't perform as well. But in either case, there will be a race to get those pieces, those rare pieces among some of the select clientele. Corrado Galizia shares this information, which is something we have been expecting, right? The precious metal pieces becoming just more easily available. Oddly, my AD reached out with 2 gold pieces the other day. I've never even asked about these pieces before.
Yeah. Pavel says, lucky as in being friends with a manager helps. So, honestly, I only have a relationship with my SA. The entire management chain of my AD was fired. So nobody's got a relationship with them. Or at least they're very new relationships. And I do mean chain, basically West Coast, as best as I could tell.
See, half my problem is I can't. So technically, I have one sales rep that deals with me. But given that this is an all-female staff, there must have been something on the water this year, because half of them are out on leave, on maternity leave. So the owner's out on maternity leave. My original sales rep is on maternity leave. The sales manager's on maternity leave. So half of them are technically from the jewelry side of the department, covering both ends here. So I'm not really consistent, and I've kind of made the rounds here with all the employees.
Mm-hmm. So Meech, it's super awesome that you've gotten to the point where they will give you honest answers. Basically, that's super critical. That they're not really talking about literal wait lists and stuff like that. They're telling you exactly where you are, and
Well, I think they finally
that's a
figured
super
out.
important point. Yeah.
Right. I think they finally figured out how much of a kind of like a prick that I am in some case, but I'm one that actually kind of provides money. Because they were like, I think after this back row here, I think they're gonna be pretty blunt here with things, but because I know like the sales manager, she's like, look, she said, I know you're kind of a little bit jaded towards Rolex reps, and she said you have good reason to be. She said, and she said, look, she said, I know you kind of think we're all in the same boat, but she said, look, we honestly legitimately tried, but we're so small here, we actually have to pick and choose who we want to slide things to. And she said, given that you're local here, she said, obviously you get higher rank along with the rest of our local clientele. Um, but yeah, it should be interesting here. You know what? I think they had a Sprite in the safe because I noticed they had one in their display case, and I said, "Oh, that's new." I said, "You got a Sprite?" It was on Oyster, and she said, "Yeah, we got a couple of them in." And then she kind of corrected herself, and she said, "But this one, this one's display only." And then she just kind of immediately kept it moving, so to speak.
No, it's fine. Like, I mean, just say like you don't have to lie to me. I know I know that what you guys have to
I
do.
think,
It's just
I mean,
just
yeah,
make
she
them
knows, but
comfortable,
like,
man.
yeah, I think she knows, but I think it's just a matter of policy, I guess, because there was a few other people over by
Oh,
the
floating
jewelry
about.
case.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think it's just a natural habit of policy, keeping the mouth shut, so to speak.
Right.
Um, and I'm pretty sure because like as we were leaving, we were discussing the day date that I was going to get because I asked how many links comes with the day date.
Oh fuck!
Um,
I forgot you were actually interested in a day date. That should
yeah.
100% turn into a Daytona opportunity like this.
No, 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 no,
There's
no.
no
I'm not
way.
buying this from them. Because I told them, I said straight
Right,
up,
you
I
said
said,
you could get like a 14K champagne dial, day date 36,
right, it's
something
like
like that.
fourteen
Yeah,
seven by the time I'm walking out the door with tax.
right.
So it's a stupidly insane good deal for a 2014.
Mm.
Um, anyways,
Hmm.
we were talking about it, and then we, like I said, we kind of shifted over to Daytona. And she said, "Well, I can always check with the manager." She said, "I see she just left her office." And I said, "No, that's okay." I said, "It would be my luck that I have you inquire about it, and then like by the time Christmas rolled around, I'm getting a phone call from you, and then I'm royally bent over a barrel and fucked because buying the bluesy, the back curl, and then a Daytona all within like
Yeah.
maybe like
When it
2 months
rains,
of
it
each other."
pours. It does.
Yeah, there's no way I could pull it
Have
off. And
Have you
she kind of
thought about
smirked.
Have you thought about just upgrading your sites for like just skip the day date and just put that money towards a new gold Daytona?
I'm just not a fan of the Daytonas. Like
I was just
Okay,
I'm
gonna
okay,
just
say,
okay,
not.
okay.
because Meech kept saying like for the longest time that he doesn't even like the Daytona that much.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah, I don't
no
hate
bigger
them.
FU watch, and why are you getting the day date?
The day date in solid gold. I mean, come on now.
I think Day Date is the kind of watch. Honestly, I think it's like you get 1803, 18038, 18238. To me that's it. And it's still a great deal. Even 18238, which is a double quick set as well.
Hmm.
To go for a modern Day Date, especially when it's 36, to me it doesn't make sense. But Meech is Meech,
Mhm.
man. Meech does what he wants.
Yeah.
He's his own man. But I
Hey,
agree.
you know what they say? If you got the money, you don't have to listen to anybody else.
Look,
Yeah.
I if I was in your shoes, so I'm not telling you what to do. You get what you like. If I was in
I
your
wear size
shoes,
nines, by the way, Ozzy. So I don't know. You might be a little cramped.
um, I'd have to say that my money is put aside for your AD relationship right now. Like that's how I would think about it. Like, yeah, I may get these things down the line, but they'll still be there in a little bit of time. Until your relationship is dead, I wouldn't focus what little capital we all have on something that you could buy in 1, 2, 3, 4 years and it would still be just the same, still of, maybe even a better deal, you know what I mean? But the condition of your relationship right now is you may be able to get things that, okay, maybe you don't want it more than your day date 36. Maybe it's not a better deal in day date 36, but you may no longer have the opportunity in 2 to 3 years, or even 1 year, depending. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I get what you mean, and I even put my name down for a watch actually.
Okay.
While the colds are kind of still hot. Now it is kind of a pointless write down essentially, but she kind of just took note of it, and I said I want the Milgauss. If the case gets redone like the Air King, I said I'd like a Milgauss, and she said you want same configurations. I said yeah, and she said yeah, don't worry about it. We'll if that happens, we'll take care of you.
cool.
So that's about it. I mean, that's I figured I may as well just kind of throw a dart at that, and in theory, that shouldn't be too unrealistic to get for them.
I think that's cool.
But other than that, I mean, I wouldn't mind a chocolate. I wouldn't mind a chocolate Daytona. It's just I don't want 3 watches that you can't get wet on the roster. There's no point in it. If I could dump the JLC and get rid of that fucking garbage, yeah, sure. I don't really want to get rid of the Omega because I don't want to pull a Rolex, with all due respect. I don't want to be buying and selling it, buying and selling it.
Thinking along the same lines as you did, Ozzy, don't you think though that a gold Daytona on Oyster Flex, I'm not talking about the one with the meteorite dial, the Space Panda, so to speak, isn't that also something that you can get for a better deal down the line on the secondary market?
I think that one's complicated. It's complicated.
Tell me more.
But I wasn't necessarily suggesting he goes gold, as in like, I don't know. I don't know what he wants, but I would suggest like precious metal could probably wait. It's just, yeah. So
yeah,
the Milgauss is a perfect selection. Perfect selection.
If I put in
need a relationship for, that would be a good one.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they should give by now Meech a Daytona in stainless steel if he wanted it. But I think since he was cold to it for so long, they might get the wrong idea now.
No, yeah, I told him I still don't care
telling
for
him
it.
He can get it. It's just prioritization.
Telling them that you don't care for it probably is not going to.
Right. Yeah.
No, like I don't give a shit for it. Like if they were to pull out a blacked out Daytona, I'd be like, all right, cool story. Right? Well, give me something better. Give me something better than this dog shit.
Since my Lebanese friend Phoenician Cedar is so generous,
cool.
I want to show him this little box.
Nice.
This is the cigar lounge that I go to, and it's the brand that he made for himself in the 90s during the cigar boom, where he couldn't replenish his stock because everything was snapped up by the investors. I'm not trying to make any parallels to the watch world, not for now, but because he's an Armenian gentleman from Lebanon, he chose the name Phoenix for his brand. So I wanted to show that to you, Phoenician Cedar. Thank you so much. No, Evan, I did mean you are one of the greatest minds of this 19th century because you still think that being single is a detriment to your social status, because that may have been true 200 years ago. It's certainly not true.
No, it'd be a detriment to me.
Exactly.
My wife is far more likable.
In either case, if anything, do you think they would go after a professionally successful single man in a watch boutique, or someone who has to also spend lavishly on jewelry?
It depends. It depends, Lord. It depends on the ethnicity.
No, I think I think in terms of what is overpowered, what will give you more bang for buck. I think having my wife helps a lot more than not.
I know that a lot of the, even if they are not traditionally jewelers, I know a lot of vintage watch dealers who put at least some jewelry into their cases so they can, their customers can appease their wives a little bit, while they're
Right.
making some of their biggest purchases. So, it's a little bit of both. I mean, but joking aside, Evan, I really think that's outmoded thinking, to assume I'm very proudly childless. I don't aim to reproduce anytime soon unless I find someone who is worthy of it. But I have no plans. So I'm not gonna just waste my time because society expects me to, and I don't really know what society that is.
Don't forget, Lord, kids are expensive assets. I mean, they don't give you shit for ROI.
Okay, the baby's going full mental now. Is the microphone holding up or is it doing poorly?
It is actually. I don't
it's doing
hear
great.
anything. You keep
Really?
muting as well, I think, Ozzy. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't
right
know.
now she's going off in the
What
background.
was that, Ozzy? I'm kind of partially deaf in one ear.
Is it working? She's totally screaming right now. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to review when I come back because she's going completely ape.
No. I mean, you're right. Actually, it's not that once again, Ozzy. I want to repeat this, especially when you're on my channel. Please don't worry about it. To me, when I hear, your baby screaming, Junior running in the background, to me, it's joy. So I don't mind it at all. But it is less than usual for sure.
Let me ask you this, Ozzy, here, because I was gonna actually close the deal here on that date potentially next week. What? Okay, so the Explorer 2 doesn't fit me, so there's no point in buying it. I think the Air King is uglier than sin and meant for poor people. I won't touch a date just anymore with a 10-foot fucking pole. Skydweller is too big on me. I've already got the Batgirl. The only thing I don't have is a Pepsi. I've got the Submariner, 2 Submariners. I've got the Yachtmaster. Realistically, there's nothing else I could really want from a Rolex rep right now at this point in time because they either don't make it or it's been discontinued. What would be the advantage of just buying something that I don't really give a shit about?
No, I 100% agree with you. You don't have to do anything with it at all. It's up to you. You don't have to. Like I would not advocate for you seeking the Pepsi. My opinion, Batman's number 1, Pepsi's number 2 with dead heat with the Sprite and desirability. For me, it's not very high.
I bet you if I asked those girls today if they had an Air King in the safe, they would have pulled one out for me. That's how
I
fucking
agree. So
undesirable those
don't
fuckers
ask for
are.
what you don't want because you might get it. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not really sure what you want. I think you may be in the same boat as me where I'm sort of waiting for Watches and Wonders to see if there's something that's worthwhile that's going to come out.
I
That's not a bad outlook. I mean, especially for someone like you, Ozzy, who always buys new, who deals with authorized dealers, who has an established relationship with a sales associate. But yeah, I mean, I keep repeating this, but I think, we are a handful bunch, those of us who don't really like the new Pepsi. I think the Pepsi is by far the more popular GMT Master 2. It's not even close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. No, it's my opinion rather than market. Market, you can just look up the gray price. So, okay. And definitely the gray price because I've got it on some authority from an Ask Me Anything that an SA did. that they basically receive Batmans and Pepsis in similar volume. So the price is really just reflecting the demand. While Sky Dweller is sort of like, who knows why that went, to the moon.
If it was thinner, I'd own a
Yes,
Sky
yeah.
Dweller. If it wasn't thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, if it wasn't thicker than a Tudor Black Bay 41, I'd own one.
Look, on paper, there's things to like about the Sky Dweller, right? But it doesn't, like, Rolex is really good at design. They really are. A lot of their watches hit the mark. There's a few that don't. What can I say? I think the old Air King was like one of those examples, and the Sky Dweller, it's sort of an ugly date just.
I honestly, I mean, again, I appreciate the annual calendar as a complication, but if you are going to get an annual calendar, there's so many other places you can go to. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's the watch is just too large. It's too thick. I don't know. I expect something that's more refined from an annual calendar, and that might be just my own bias. Because I imagine it like a very refined, dressy, formal kind of watch when I think of an annual calendar. Sky Dweller is too big for what it is.
I like the Sky Dweller is too big. It's really that simple. It's like, yeah, it's really that simple. I mean, it shouldn't be that big just from the movement, especially if Rolex can cram the chronograph in the Daytona case. Sky Dweller shouldn't be that big.
Yeah, I mean, look, Patek's annual calendars were 37 millimeters, and they're relatively thin. So you can certainly do a lot with smaller cases. I mean, you have perpetual calendar chronographs that are smaller than 35 millimeters. So it's not even a question of that. But yes, in terms of, look, I mean, Rolex is, again, it's like C3PO on Geonosis, right? Machines making machines, how perverse. That kind of production technique, you might have a harder time, perhaps, making complications on a smaller scale. I don't know. I haven't inspected Rolex's machinery. I don't think anyone is allowed into that manufacture unless you have very high level clearance, and I certainly don't. Mm-hmm. But I can imagine that might be a problem, right? To produce high level complications on a smaller scale at the numbers that Rolex might have to. That might be a challenge for them from a price point, especially now that they have introduced the model, well, already a long time ago in steel too.
Say, Ozzy.
Yeah, I wonder if they ever come out with like a 40 millimeter version. Would that be incredible?
I bet you that would be thick. It'd be like 17 millimeters thick.
Well, I put the 40 millimeter in quotes, and it's just sort of, I'm just saying, like, the size and case size isn't really there, but it's just an excuse to release the new smaller movement that doesn't result in a watch as thick as the Sky Dweller is.
Orange Hand has a very nice idea. I mean, I don't think we are going to see this anytime soon either, but that could be a cool thing to see for sure. A split-second chronograph Rolex, like in a Daytona case, even if it's maybe slightly enlarged. Why not? But the Rolex, that doesn't seem to me to be Rolex's playbook. It could be a cool thing for us watch geeks to see. I don't know. Next year is what, 60th anniversary of the Daytona? and 60th anniversary, 70th anniversary of the Submariner. I know for a fact that they're doing something, and probably in stainless steel for the Submariner. I
Platinum
don't know if
sub.
they're doing, huh?
It's gonna be a platinum Submariner.
No, I think they're doing something in stainless steel. Not sure. I mean, but that's what I
That
heard.
would be interesting for me.
But yeah, I mean, next year they can perhaps do something very limited for Daytona, kind of like what they did with the platinum version. But probably a split second is not coming anytime soon. Once again, I mean, that's something that you have to look elsewhere if you want a split second chronograph, not to Rolex, at least not in the 21st century.
I'm gonna buy a Daytona, Ozzy. That's it. I'm gonna buy a Daytona. Actually, I should go for an OP, since the OPs are the hardest thing to get right now. Like, you have to buy so much garbage just to get to an OP.
Get an OP.
I mean, Ozzy, I think you're right. I think the OPs, Oyster Perpetuals, are the biggest flexes right now because you can't get them. You can't get them. They're so hard. Like, you have to buy thousands of dollars worth of watches just to get an OP. I think they're a high piece. Ozzy, I think you're right. I think that is the ultimate flex on the Pontier watch.
It's certainly a problematic watch to get. I'd say it's basically impossible at this point. Like, I don't even know why they have the 36s in the actual catalog. I mean, if you look at the greys, they're just not selling these things anymore. Like, they don't have them coming in. Like, I haven't seen, for example, the Tiffany dial this year. As best as I can tell, I haven't seen a single grey actually have a legitimate Tiffany dial this year. So, yeah.
I'm just looking at Pavel's comment.
I love it. I love it. Have we considered middle-aged brand watches? I love Pavel's sense of humor, man. Just the nickname comes from this collection review that Archie did. And it's like he tears this guy down completely, and the guy's name is Pavel. And that's the name that Pavel took. So it tells you everything that you need to know about the sense of humor he has.
That's funny.
Love it, man. Love you, Pavel.
You don't have a Oyster Flex, do you?
My wife's got the Yachtmaster and Oyster Flex, so it's in the family. But I do kind of want one. I'm trying to avoid my natural desires to do tick box collecting, where I got to have this and this and this
right.
and this. But I think if I was going to get a Gold Daytona, Oyster Flex is probably the one for me. I look at my wife's Gold Daytona and I don't think I could pull it off. It's way too much. It's just, yeah.
But the margin for error on that so little though, Ozzy. Like, you have to, if you cut it wrong, you're fucked.
No, they don't cut the Oyster Flexes. What do you mean?
But they do have different sizes that you can ask for at the time of the order. But no, they don't have to cut.
Yeah, they have individual straps, and they're lettered, I think, from A to like G or something like that. And each one represents a different link count if it was a regular Oyster bracelet. So
they're not like Patek where you have to get it right, essentially.
Nice. They're actually nice.
Yeah, and you have to also preserve your physique. I remember one of the watchmakers on Instagram that I follow. He has an Aquanaut, and he had one of those khaki green rubber straps, and he posted one day saying, like, cutting this strap was a real YOLO moment for me. It was like, that.
But how much does Patek charge for those pieces of rubber? Because they're not
they don't even exist anymore.
Yeah, they don't. Well, the green doesn't exist anymore, right, Lord? Those were discontinued 3 years ago.
The green is discontinued now a few years ago already, and I think on the secondary market they sell for thousands of dollars. And trust me, Patek itself probably charges by now, I think anywhere between $600 to $1,000 anyways, with for their replacement rubber straps. But
Right.
I don't know the exact price. I mean, I can ask tomorrow if you want from the
Well,
Harry
I think a
Stern.
pair of Oysterflex straps is like 560 or somewhere around about that range. I don't think that's terrible. If you want to look at terrible, look at Deluxe's rubber straps for the PRX.
I almost bought straps from them. It looks like it would be really tough to figure out what size you are.
Corrado, well, two things. One, I think charging that much for the Oyster Flex is somewhat justifiable, because even if you don't buy into the argument that that's a bracelet, not a band, still, it has the kind of structure and something else more than rubber inside it to somehow justify. And I find, for the few times I tried, I never had an Oyster Flex bracelet watch. But for the few times I tried at the AD, it felt really comfortable on the wrist. Now people like JB or even Aussie might be able to tell better.
It's just slightly too tight for me to try my wife's one on. But what I can say is, like, Deluxe actually did a really good blog post explaining why their rubber strap for the PRX costs so much. And it's because they have to create a mold, and then actually, there's injection molds, a lot of capital cost. And one of the problems, they said, is like, for every single type of strap that they do, they need a new mold, and that's a lot of money up front. Well, for Rolex, they've decided to go with individual straps of different sizes on both sides of the watch. So as I said, they go from like A to G. So there's like 9 different lengths on both sides of the strap, and each strap, none of the straps are interchangeable. So Yachtmaster straps aren't compatible with Daytona and so forth. So there's a lot of capital and logistics involved in those straps. And I think ultimately 500 plus is not crazy for the pair. Considering like just a normal rubber strap, no titanium and no different sizes. So just one injection mold, say for like rubber B, they need one injection mold to do one strap from them. And that's like $280 delivered. And you're talking about 16 molds needed for the Oysterflex stuff, and then it's doing all this titanium stuff.
Do you think those straps are organized by nationality? Like the largest ones are for the Americans and the Aussies. Like the smallest ones, like for the Japanese market. I mean, it's a fair question.
Yeah, I said the logistics of like just supplying them is going to be a real factor. Like who's buying the watches? I'll have to quickly figure it out by how many spare straps are lying over. Yeah, Corrado had that comment. Full gold versus Oyster. That's a good question. On the gold Daytona, the links are hefty. Like, they're about 1 millimeter thicker than the steel Daytona's links. And I would say there's no way in hell that the gold price justifies it, because I think if you just look at it, so the watch itself with 4 links removed was about almost 240 grams. And I think that would be roughly, probably, let's say, 1/4 kilogram of gold. It's not all gold though, right? But let's just say it is. 1/4 kilogram of gold would be like $10,000. So the whole watch, if it was just gold, would be $10,000 for just the bracelet. And the Oysterflex still has the clasp, and that's the most expensive part of the bracelet by far. So the difference isn't really made up for the difference in price, the reduction in price. But
yeah, I mean, look,
who knows?
with especially buying at list price with gold watches, you usually end up with precious metal watches. By and large, you usually end up paying for the prestige. I mean, there's nothing in terms of the actual value of the material that justifies that sort of markup from stainless steel to precious metal in the first place. So with those kinds of decisions, I would advise against agonizing and calculating too much and going with what you actually want. And if you are worried about value and getting a better deal, get a gold Daytona from the earlier generations on the leather band. Those are so much better as a deal than either Oyster Flex or the full bracelet options. I mean, we were just looking at a couple, especially the white gold one on the Zenith. Let me pull that up quickly. Something like this would serve you much better if you're looking for a deal, like something like this.
Oh.
What's going on? Are you okay, Mitch?
Nah, it's just looks cheap and nasty.
But yeah,
So
I mean,
weird
again,
when you pronounce it like that, but I know that's how I normally pronounce that word.
I wouldn't worry too much about the value of it in gold, because I don't think there's such value at any rate in the world of watches. You are certainly paying for the prestige of wearing a sports watch in full precious metal, as you were paying for the prestige of wearing an Audemars Piguet sports watch when you were getting a Royal Oak in the 70s, or when you were getting a Nautilus in the 70s. You were paying for the prestige of wearing a Patek Philippe sports watch. So it's really about the exclusivity, about the elitism, that more than anything, those things are not priced by the amount and value and weight of precious metal that they actually hold in their constitution.
It is
Can't even get the
interesting, though.
Daytona
I mean,
wet.
I did factor in, like, there's about $10,000 worth of gold in terms of melt value in that watch, which that's not nothing. I'm not saying we should be looking at it, but it does put a cap on what the gross margin must be for Rolex on that one. Although I'm thinking 24 karat gold, it's probably like 7,000 after you talk about 18 karat.
Take care, Eric just went, I think. Yeah, Origami knows his Brando movies. That's the famous line from On the Waterfront. Could have been a contender.
Okay, sorry, I gotta go. I have dinner to get to, and I'm supposed to give my son a bath today. He's smelly,
Nice.
apparently.
Take care,
All
man.
right.
Enjoy your dinner. And
Thanks
Yeah, take
again,
care,
guys.
Oz.
quality time with Junior. Take care, man. Mitch, what are we gonna do with you, man?
I don't know, honestly. See, everyone's been really riding the Daytona train here the last couple of months, and yet here I am over on the Daytona tracks. Speaking of Daytonas, General Saad here, he might actually side with me. If I remember correctly, General Saad spits in the face of Daytona owners. They're not good enough to be around him.
No, I mean, it's that I don't know if you remember the exact story, but Saad mostly had a number of day dates in the past. I think he called down the herd, so I don't know how many he has left, but he also had a stainless steel Daytona. And his father would chastise him whenever he wore his Daytona, saying that's not a real watch, because it's not it's not gold. Well, if Saad shares into that opinion, if Saad has been bullied into sharing that opinion, I don't know, but I feel like that's Mr. Gandapur, Saad Senior, so to speak, who spits down on the faces of Daytona owners. But look, I mean, I used to say I'm not a chronograph guy. In the meantime, I now have 3 chronographs. Kind of started loving them. And I mean, again, I wouldn't kick a Daytona out of bed for eating crackers, but it's really not my favorite chronograph either. There's so many other watches that I would go for before a Rolex
Right.
Daytona, but for the right price,
especially one in precious metal too. I mean, you're getting a watch that can't even get wet.
I mean, it can get a certain kind of wet, I have to say. On full bracelet, I think you can get that Daytona pretty wet. No?
Oh, I have no clue. See, I've gone back and forth here. Now, admittedly, I haven't really sat down and done the research on the Daytona, but I thought the Daytona did not have screw and crown, so therefore it kind of defeats the purpose. Now, its main crown wasn't wasn't screw in. The pushers, yes, but the main crown is what you would want screw in. That isn't screw in, if I remember correctly. Now, I could be completely wrong by that. But if that's the case, it completely undermines the whole point of the Daytona and its waterproofness.
Well, look, I mean, it really depends what you consider to be waterproof. Daytona is waterproof in the same way a GMT Master is waterproof. The depth rating is 100 meters. You are certainly not going to unscrew those pushers and engage the chronograph underwater unless you are some special kind of stupid. But trust me, I mean, you are not going to, as long as the watch is serviced every 10 years or so, the gaskets are fine. It's not going to leak water into the case, into the movement. I mean, it's just not going to happen. Like the Oyster case is really a marvel of like, it's really a force of nature. It's really a marvel. It doesn't have to be Submariner or Sea Dweller levels of depth rating. It still is a pretty hard wearing watch on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was also wondering about that. See, the Daytona seems fragile to me, given that it has so much going on, and then the pushers kind of jut out as well. But, I don't know. I just don't know about the Daytona.
Pavel has interesting ideas about the day date. He says once you turn 60, you can get into day date, or if you are 38 like me, who actually looks like 58 years old, I think you can immediately get into a day date.
See, I've come to the conclusion.
That's what he says. Look, 55 with a good 10. You look at me, you can kind of say this is 55 with a good 10. Don't you think?
I refuse to comment on such matters. I was telling somebody else. I said, I think when I hit my 40s, I'll get a Patek Philippe World Time in solid gold.
Why not? I mean, I think I think a Patek World Time is just probably one of the most beautiful. I mean, of course, Calatrava is just fine, but a Patek World Time is probably the perfect old man's watch. Yeah. Although, I can certainly see you with the, like even now, I can see you with the World Time chronograph. Like especially the older generation of white gold.
Yeah, I mean,
Like do you like that watch at all?
see, I wouldn't mind a Patek right now. I actually came really close to buying the Calatrava World Time, if you will, the one that's like I don't know. I guess you could argue that it's not exactly really popular. It had the date complication on it, and that was about it. And they can be had for about 30 grand, less than 30 grand. But I really need to dump out of that JLC first before I get a official dress watch.
Yeah, this is the watch I was talking about.
See, yeah, this looks good. Throw it on a nylon strap, give it a bit of a sporty vibe to it. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean it's the TGV way, but yeah, certainly of all Patek watches that you can throw on a different kind of strap, I would really not advise a NATO, but this can be it. I really
No,
feel
I wouldn't do a NATO, but so like what the Omega moon watch is
oh,
like not the that's
sailcloth kind of thing.
yeah. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. I mean, this is an amazing watch. I feel, this to me is much more desirable than what they just came out with in stainless steel, in an enlarged case, and the so-called Salmon dial. I think the guilloche work at the center of the dial is much more beautiful and has a lot more visual interest. I'm usually not one for blue dials, but there's so many gradations on this one that makes it appealing to me. And like you said, that sportiness can be enhanced with a strap that's a little more dynamic, even though the crocodile is of course a classic, but it doesn't have to be just that.
Does it come in men's sizes, Lord? Do you know? Does it come in the men's size?
No, this is men's size. This is 39. So it will be perfect on your wrist, actually. Trust me, the new 41 is just way too big. 39 is just perfect. This is not 37. I know you like talking ish about like the 37 Pateks. This is not 37. This is 39. It's full size.
Actually, if we're being realistic, I think the 37 would probably fit me a little bit better than the 39. I have no idea though.
Well, at least you're honest, man.
Yeah, if you can't laugh at yourself, what's the point? I wonder though, how thick is that, honestly? Because it looks deceiving.
Dumpucht says Daytona is at the top of the list of wet chronographs. 10 Atmos, which is 100 meters, is almost as good as it gets. It's equal to AP offshore. Good point. Yeah, I mean, look, from a technical standpoint, most chronographs just are not water resistant. I mean, you could have been stuck with a Navitimer or something, which is about 30 meters. So it's at least you don't have a slide rule bezel, so it's all good. Junior Johnson says, bought my two-tone Datejust when I turned 21. JB shares my love for the 5930G. And Corrado says, have you come around on the 5935 at all? No, not at all, actually. I think they have destroyed a perfectly good thing by discontinuing this one and introducing that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will wait on the date then. I don't know.
I mean, look, I know you usually don't want to go so much back further than 06, 07. So probably that kind of date is what you would be looking at. But Aussie ultimately is not wrong, right? In the sense that those kinds of Yeah, those kinds of watches will always be there, and chances are they they will present an even better deal. You know, you might be better served. Not necessarily with a Daytona, right? You know, you get what you want once again.
Well, this the
Um,
Daytona will rise in value though. A Day-Date 36 is always going to decline. If it was a 40, it'd be a different story.
but even then, I mean, I think it was a very special time. You know, a Day-Date is not going to be a watch in the long run that will necessarily have a premium unless it's a very rare, you know, incredibly unique kind of example. So I think ultimately Aussie has his finger on the pulse. You know, whatever it is, I think that kind of money, you know, all of us working on some sort of limited budget might be better placed somewhere else on some other watch, something that would get you further along in your relationship with the AD.
Yeah, that is very true. That's very true. But gosh, you know, then we kind of run into another conversation that could take hours to kind of deliberate because my boutique is only selling Rolex and Tudor. And if I want to get into Paddock, if I don't even want to have the conversation with Paddock, I have to move up to the Twin Cities and buy garbage. Absolute garbage.
Yeah, see, Saad says exactly what I said. Day-Date 40 isn't doing well these days either, unless it's very special dials. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I should just put in a request for a Platona.
Well, I mean, look, if you think you have a realistic chance of getting it, I think that's, you know, for many modern Rolex collectors, that's the end game. You know, if you worship at the altar of Rolex, how much better can you get?
Platona with the
Yeah, I
diamond
mean,
dial on it, with the diamond dial on it, just to fucking Duncan Marcello.
Aussie is back.
Okay, microphone number 2.
Well, what happened? I thought you were.
Nah,
thought
he's
you
good.
were
Apparently, he's good.
sure.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Ozzy probably just made him a microwave dinner and just said, "Here, I gotta get back on the show."
Yeah.
Aussie, I want. Like, did you smell him or something and said, like, you know, you don't need to take it
Yeah,
off?
you're good for another day. I'll give you some Creed Aventus, and then there shouldn't be any complaints.
Yeah,
So
I was.
this one should be a little louder, I think, but
Mhm.
maybe it's clearer as well. It's not as extreme, so I should be able to move around a little bit more and not actually fade off immediately. And also, can you feel that does it sound like it costs 3 times as much?
I don't know. It's like, you know, in the sense that it sounds louder.
Yeah, I think the other one was an issue. Like there wasn't enough gain, and like you've got, what did you get? The Shure M7 M7 or
Back home, back in Los
Yeah,
Angeles. MV7,
the
it's 7.
MV. Okay.
MV7. Sorry, MV7 is the model. Yeah.
Yeah, the non USB version of that's very hard to get loud enough actually. Okay, I guess I'm keeping this one. Unfortunately, it's not as extreme. Like if I go over here, it should still be semi okay and doesn't sound quite as weird, but the baby screams will also come out a little bit clearer as well.
The Dumpuk says, Meech, go vintage with a John Deere dial. They just ultimate farm flex. That's an
I can use it. Yeah, no, I can use it as a wheel grip.
Let's see if I can find a picture of that. I've never seen a John Deere Datejust actually, so that's.
Well, I mean, you could use the colors of yellow and green essentially.
Well, I mean, okay, but I thought it was a special
I wouldn't
value.
doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it exists.
I don't immediately see something, but again, there are so many variations of these sorts of pieces that I wouldn't be surprised either if Rolex made something for John Deere at a certain point in time. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Air King can be the John Deere Rolex.
That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Why not?
I'm sort of like, oh geez, like Will Ferrell or something like that. I was like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Like,
yeah, that's part of the shtick, as you know, like you have to constantly rearrange your microphone. But I was basically reasserting, Ozzy, the point you made before you left, that ultimately, unless that Day 36 is the end game for Meech, which I really don't think it is, even though he likes to say that, that's it, that watch is going to be my last. I don't think it makes sense to rush into it and get it, because ultimately there can always be better deals when it comes to a date just 36, 40, and I know he's mostly interested in stuff that's, post 2006, 2007, but even then, it's just gonna get better for presidents.
yeah. Well, Meech, something we were just kind of referring to versus not is it literally can't get that low, because eventually it will reach its melt point. which I think in a few episodes we've actually come to the conclusion that many day dates have spent a lot of time at secondary values below their melting point. So it's lucky that we have many of them today.
I think I'm glad you present that as a consensus we have reached, Ozzy. I think that was just one offended comment that you made about bark finish.
No, you had that story about like the Japanese dealer going into the Middle East or something and rescuing these
watches
that they were in the process of thing.
I was talking about Claude Sfer's boyhood, basically, when he was working at the gold bazaar in the Emirates, at the gold souk in the Emirates, and he was literally, when he started as a young jeweler, and this guy is now one of the biggest watch collectors. I think, maybe you would put John Goldberger and Alfredo Paramico at some level, but Claude Sfer is probably either there or right, right below or something. And he's the guy who also owns the F.P. Jean Beirut boutique as well. But yeah, when he started this business as a jeweler, his main job was smashing up and melting precious metal Rolexes. And it wasn't until a Japanese tourist knocked on his door, before closing time and offered 10,000. He said, well, how much for this watch? I really want to get this. And just to shoo him away, he said 10,000, asking for 10,000 dinars. And the Japanese tourist just puts $10,000 on the desk. And that was kind of the light bulb moment for Claude Sfer. He was like, oh my God, these watches are worth something for the collectors.
Yeah, so mate, you can't get that low.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, we got to figure out exactly what the weight is, and then once you start looking at melt point, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, see, the thing is though, like, this is gonna be like the third time I back out of a deal with my Omega rep. The third time I'm giving him blue balls, which is gonna be a dick thing to do, honestly. So I don't know.
Tell him it's a deal, but with an Ed White.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could get a Snoopy off of him, based off of our conversation. Because I asked him, I said, how much does one need to build a purchase history to get a Snoopy? And he just started laughing hysterically. He said, look, he said, we're not like those other guys. He said, look, you bought Omega for me. That's all. All right. You came up here to visit me. I appreciate that you took the 2-hour drive to see me. He's like, look, you want one? I'll put your name down on the list. He said, I'm not going to guarantee you it, within a certain amount of time. He said, I can assure you our wait list is real. And when your name is called, I'll call you up and you can come and collect it. 321 though, he said is going and Ed White, he said, well, he said that's a bit of a harder list. He said there are requirements for that one. So I didn't
Wow, really?
I didn't
You know,
fire.
I was, by the way, I mean, I was very resentful that the 321s were so limited, but then I actually discovered that at the very least they have a separate workshop where they assemble those movements, right? You know, I mean, it's they are really limited in number. Saad is here. He is trying
Good
to
day,
come with us.
Saad.
Case of day dates. Hey, General, how are you doing, man?
Hello, Lord. Hello, Big Meech and Aussie Expect, three of the best in the world.
Well,
G'day, General.
now it's a four-person panel, and Saad, I don't get you here too often, so I'm very honored and very excited. You are trying to make us into believers in the day date 36. Tell us more, please.
Now, the thing is, I've seen Big Meech. He's a normal built guy. He's not fat. You know, the thing about the 40 millimeter and big watches is that, what we guys are doing these days is that we are trying to hide our fat asses, behind these big watches. We buy big watches trying to hide behind them. So for a normal built guy, like Lord Yu and Big Meech, 36 millimeter is adequate. It's a very fine looking watch. This is a successful size for many decades. So these Rolex guys, they are not stupid, and this size is still continued with a new reference number. It's a 128238 with a newer movement, but they have still continued the 36 millimeter. Now the thing is, if you get yourself a 6-digit reference number, you will find that it's slightly larger than 36 millimeter if you measure it. And on a wrist, the presence it is like a 37, 38 millimeter. It's
And
heavier.
it's a little
Yeah.
thicker too, right?
Yeah, it's a little thicker. The lugs are a little wider, and overall presence, because even the bezel is little wider than the 5-digit reference. So the overall presence is larger. It's like a large watch than a normal 36 millimeter that you think it is. So I think, yeah.
Would you agree with me that 18238 is a good reference, or would you certainly push people towards the 6-digit references?
Now 18238, I won't recommend that, because it had thinner lugs, it had thinner bezel, it had lighter bracelet. The only thing it shared with the newer 6-digit reference was the movement.
Double quick
So
set.
the double quick set, 33155 movement. Other than that, both are very different watches. So I would always suggest you, because there is not much difference in the prices. However, the watches are very different. So I will always, advise people to go for the solid end link version, which started from the 2000 onwards. So for any person who is interested in a 36 millimeter watch, go for the 6-digit reference number. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean that's a valid point. You know, again, I come from the side of 60s and 80s, so I've always pined for 1803 and maybe 18238. Because
And
of the
strange thing, and
convenience.
and Lord, the strange thing is 18038, which came in the 70s and was discontinued in early 80s, had a thicker case than the 18238, which started in the 80s and was continued till 90s, late 90s. So if you want a vintage watch with the fatter case, then go for the 18038. Uh, and but if you want a modern watch, then go for the 118238. So, but don't go for the 18238, because even though it has a newer movement, and if you're looking for a slightly bigger looking watch, then I would suppose it's not a good watch.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. And look, I will try to make a case against myself and join you, Saad. At the end of the day, day date, even at 36 millimeters, it's a watch that is supposed to have a certain kind of presence, right? It's not supposed to be, it's not supposed to wear small.
And and
So
that yeah,
to have a little bit more substance does make sense. Go ahead, Saad. Sorry.
the thing is, why it doesn't look small is because it is an all gold watch. When you have so much gold on a watch, it will never look small on wrist. uh, uh, a watch, when you wear a 40 millimeter day date, it looks so much, gold, like sometimes you feel embarrassed wearing it, because I used to have a 40 millimeter, but that was in white gold, so that was somewhat little bit wearable. But when you go for a yellow gold version of this president, it becomes little bit difficult, to wear it, because it is really too flashy. So 36 millimeter is somewhat, you can accommodate it. It can be, hidden under your cuffs when you want to. But with the 40 millimeter, it is a very loud watch. Other option that I can, suggest is go for the platinum version, which is, I would say, also a good option for Big Meech, because he's also going for the platinum Daytona. But again, if coming to the investment side, you guys know that Day Date has a history of never being uh, a watch known for investment. However, if you have somehow acquired a watch which has a special dial, like the one they have recently introduced, the green Stella dial with, which is basically enamel dial with Roman markers, or malachite, or any special ice and kiesel, any stone dial, then you will have at least, your money saved, if not making money on that watch. However,
Honestly, no,
yeah.
again, I don't think I can pull it off, and that was one of the reasons that I stepped away from it, the two times I was offered it. But I still have a hankering for the pink gold with the olive green dial. I think that's just such a beautiful day date. I know it's 40, I know it's big, I know it's very loud. um but yeah, it's such a beautiful watch. And I'm
So
sure the
that's
the new
yeah.
green is pretty impressive too.
Yeah, you can have these as, your priority options. Either go for the 228235, the olive green, or the 2022 model, the yellow gold with the green dial. Both will, at least, you will not lose money on these watches. So with the day date, the thing is very different. You have to look at the dial while making a purchase. If you just get a dial with a champagne, watch with a champagne dial, consider that to be a watch, with not good future, money
Interesting.
wise. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also, again, that's also the kind of watch that you would get a good deal on the secondary market, right? So you can actually find, for very good deals, yellow gold day 36s with champagne dials, and again, they're dime a dozen, right? That's why they are cheaper.
And that gives you another option. You can get a champagne dial watch and buy that at a good price. And what you can do is get yourself a dial from some aftermarket shop, or wherever, an original dial from a shop, and then just swap that. You can do that anytime you want to.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can get a good deal on that. I have been doing that also. So just got myself an ordinary watch, providing that it's in good condition, with a very ordinary champagne stick markers, and then searching for a nice dial, and just swap that watch with a nice dial, and there you go, you have a very nice watch. So that option you have for a 36 millimeter, because you have hundreds of thousands of dial on the on every website you see.
Yeah, and Saad, you have so much more to say about this, of course, but since at least once upon a time, and to a certain extent still at least in part, Day-Date was Rolex's flagship model. So all these different materials, semi-precious stones, wooden dials, different designs, different kinds of finishes, all these various options were almost only offered for the Day-Date, and then maybe they trickled down to some other models. Nowadays Daytona receives the similar treatment, but historically, like you said, when you look at those kinds of websites or specialists who sell the dials, you can find an entire universe of dials that
Yeah.
would fit Day-Date 36.
Look, Lord, the thing is, Day-Date is still, even if you just visit the Rolex website, you will still find Day-Date to be their flagship model. But why in our society it's not considered to be the flagship? It's because it's not a money-making watch. It's not a money-making watch. That is why it's not the best watch in the market. We always are looking for watches which makes us make money, right? Our
Right.
priorities in
Maximum
life has
value.
changed. Yeah, we are looking for investment pieces. When I even now, if I get a watch from AD, if I somehow get offered a Day-Date 40, with a nice dial from a AD, I will just get it for myself. The thing is, I myself personally, I am not looking to buy a watch just to make money. Maybe if I get a chance, yes, why not? But my primary objective is to get myself a watch which I like, which I love. You know, for making money, I have other options. That
Look,
for that I will look for other things.
I
Yeah.
want to say something about this though. On the one hand, I completely agree. I don't like this whole genre of looking at watches as an investment. Um, on the other hand, I grew up at a time where the brands were maybe raising their prices every other year, right? So now it has become customary to have a price increase every year, and at least 5%, if not 10, across the board. Our $5, $10, or $10,000 is going, so much less. Our money used to go so much further 10, 20 years ago. Now it doesn't, right? Inflation is a real thing. I mean, we used to be talking about single digits, but those numbers, even when they're low, are quite deceiving. And now, the inflation is actually in a 40-year high. So at a time like that, I don't necessarily identify with it. I can't even say I have sympathy for it, but I understand when people think, at least as one of the first few things in their mind, hey, I'm putting so much money into this. Will it lose value? I understand that kind of concern, because these things have become really expensive, and like our money has lost so much worth too, that it sometimes makes less and less sense to park your money in luxury watches unless they hold value.
Look, guys like Boston Collector, or these super collectors like CB, even if the value of the watch go to just $1 per piece, it won't affect them, because their concept of collecting watches was very different than us. We, when we are buying watches, we try to sell thing. It's I'm talking about myself. I sell things and buy watches, right? And for them, they just go to, or the ads call them that, yeah, we have this watch if you are interested. The things are very different for these guys. So it's like for them they're just collecting stuff, and for us, or for me, it's selling stuff and buying the watch that I want, for it's so for a person like me, yes, I have to count each and every dollar, and then I have also have to see whether I have, whether the purchase is right investment wise, yes or no. But for some people, and for these guys, for these guys, actually these watches were made. This is rich man's hobby. This is not a poor man's hobby. If you have to keep horses, you have to have proper money for that. So it's like keeping S class, Mercedes S class. Once you buy an S class, you have to then properly maintain, and you have to have wallet for that. It's not like then you have to have concept of having a maintenance for a Honda Civic, having an S class, and mind for a Honda Civic maintenance wise. So this is just for the day date also. You buy it and then you don't think about how much value you're losing. you know Originally it was designed like that.
No, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
fair enough.
You're right. Fair enough.
Say, Lord, I gotta hop off.
Hey, no worries,
General
man.
Saad, it's always been a pleasure. And I would like to note, for the record here, Mr. Thomas, I was donating to Lord well before he was even monetized, and Lord can actually back it up. So, quite frankly, I don't want to hear it.
Meech, I mean, I've talked about this just a couple of days ago, as you remember. Even if you did not, your standing on this channel, on this platform, has nothing to do with how much money you dole out or anything like that. Obviously, I'm never gonna say no, but you don't have to prove anything to anyone, much less to me. So don't.
But either way, though, like I said, one of the OGs here, and whether you're, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So, all right, General Saad, we'll catch you on the flip side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meech. Take care.
JB 999, nice insight, Saad. But Boston Collector disagrees, actually. I think actually it's the opposite. The higher you go in the hobby, the more you count every purchase. You can make more money or lose more money when you get into the 200,000 range. AD is fairly safe.
AD start talking to you when they know that you have money. AD don't talk to beggars.
I mean, look, I don't necessarily disagree with what Boston is saying as well. Obviously, when when you are at the level of putting in almost $250,000 per watch, if you are serious about watches, you might have different kind of considerations. But honestly, I mean, if you are, if it's not putting a dent on your budget, do you really care? I know Boston Collector, Boston actually has a different mentality in a way, Saad, because he does look at these things as an investment. So he probably is not exactly the kind of collector that you described. He would have concerns of how much you can make money. Or I remember when he got his gold Daytona, for example, he was actually thinking about this quite a bit. That I think 2-3 years down the line, if these things keep creeping up, you can ask Boston Collector and you won't have that Daytona. So so he does buy things with the intention of certainly selling them down the road. But yeah, there are collectors out there who buy at a certain segment, and they don't necessarily think whether it will lose, whether it will depreciate. They buy watches because they can. And at a bygone time, there were people who were, if you hear these stories of older collectors, some of them are alive, some of them are already lost to us. Some of them have made more money, by the way, in watches than they have actually made in their own business. I mean, I think John Goldberger made more money from watches than whatever he actually does for a living. There's a collector that F.B. Jean and Patek collecting circles, or George Daniels collecting circles talk about, that goes by the name of Geschwind. He apparently was a dentist, but certainly made more money from watches than he made fixing people's teeth. So, it's a very delicate discussion, actually, at a certain level. I don't blame people either way. Whether they look at watches as investment or not.
No, if you're smart with your money, that's extraordinarily nice. Then that's excellent. If you're smart with your money, nothing bad with that.
Yeah. Boston, I mean, you don't have to justify yourself. I don't care whether you flip watches or not, and whether you do that for financial gain or get other watches. That's usually the excuse of people who flip watches, saying like, I just do it to, enjoy more watches or whatever. I genuinely don't care. As long as you are not making a kind of business that deprives other people from participating in the hobby, swindles other people, cheats other people, tricks other people into buying things that you don't even know about well. That's the kind of flipper that I detest. People who have just found themselves in the hobby 2 years ago because they're hustlers. They don't know anything about watches. They just think it's a quick way to make money. It's those people that I despise. If you are actually a collector, you don't have to explain yourself to me. So,
Lord, so what's your vision about the 2023 next year on the prices and supply on these watches?
I think retail prices and the unavailability of some of the more desired pieces at retail, at list prices from the big brands, whether we are talking about Rolex, Patek, AP, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. When it comes to the secondary market, I think the prices are going to be dipping.
Further dipping, huh?
Yeah. I used to say just the first quarter of 2023, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot of deals presenting themselves on February, March, etc. But I think it's going to continue to be a buyer's market on the secondary market as we approach the end of next year too. I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. Again, some people will focus on some very unique watches to say the market is still healthy, and look at Philips's auction results and say the market is healthy. But when you look, just as an experiment, I have that sort of list. I mean, I supply my Patreon supporters with at least 3 watches every day from my Chrono 24 notepad. But that notepad almost every day updates me with price alarms. Like, out of the few dozens watches I have there, 2 or 3 of them every day are discounted 10, 15, 20%. Everything is falling except for the hypest of all hype pieces. Everything is dipping. And it's going to continue that way. That trend is going to continue for a while.
What do you think is the main reason? Is it the inflation? People have stopped showing interest in the watches. They have shifted their investment into something else, or is it the COVID subsided? That's the reason.
I think it's a combination of a bunch of things, but I think inflation is real. I think unemployment numbers are going to rise. We use all these romantic terms at the beginning, like quiet quitting and all those kinds of things. But there are a lot of companies that have instituted policies of just firing people or laying them off if they refuse to come back to the office. Some have adjusted to working from home. Some simply don't want to. I think ultimately it was just a bubble, Saad, when it comes to watch prices. I think we are just coming back to reality, more or less, when it comes to most pricing, when it relates to watches. I think a lot of the prices have just exploded unrealistically.
So what do you think about the supply from the 80s? Will it be same like it is now, that you won't be able to get watches, or will it get better with time?
I think Boston Collector is touching on something very interesting and valid, because I think what we're experiencing at the end of the day is kind of an economics of thrift, right? When prices are dipping in these sorts of markets, like whether we are talking about real estate or any big ticket item, the more these prices drop, the more people hold on to their money, right? Because they expect the prices to continue to drop. So we don't really know when that will stop, but the more prices drop, the more people will hesitate to make these purchases, because they will think, hey, I can buy this for 10 now, but yesterday it was 15. Maybe tomorrow it will be 8 or 7. So I'll wait. Yeah. Again, I mean, I don't know if if the stocks and or Bitcoin recover, it will immediately reflect in watches. I think things just have really, with the availability of free money, with the craze of unrealistic gains that some people made in cryptocurrencies, there was a lot of new capital being brought into the watch game. And I think that really shifted some of the balance and really built up a bubble that was unrealistic to sustain for more than a few years. Ultimately, I think we will go back to normal. Saad, you presented it as a virtue, really. People won't care if their watches depreciate, but that was simply the state of the affairs. That was simply the case. That was just a fact. You buy a watch, whether it's high elite luxury or just mid-level, the idea is, just like most cars, the minute you walk out of the store, the minute you pull it out of the parking lot, it will lose
You lose
value.
value. Yes.
That's just the way it is, and we are going to go back to those times for sure.
So, Lord, another thing is the Rolex that they have introduced this program, certified program. What do you know about it, and what impact it will have on the new market and the gray market?
Okay, well, so my quickest and most cynical take is that the Rolex certified pre-owned program is a way for Rolex to take a cut of the growth of the secondary market. Now, Rolex may have arrived a little too late for that, but ultimately, I had even before I knew of the prices that Bucherer had listed some of these items for, which are about 10-15% more than how they trend on the secondary market. I said that Rolex is not actually a charity. So they are not trying to, get rid of the secondary market. They are not trying to actually temper the value or much less decrease the value of their watches. They're just trying to get their own piece of the pie. And I still stand by that. I think ultimately there's no deeper explanation to it. Now, it's a program that they started with Bucherer and Tourneau in the US, of course. And it's a program that they will roll out for their most established and loyal authorized dealers. So the second aspect of it is they're trying to make it easier for their established dealers network to benefit from the state of the secondary market in Rolex today. So their logic is, rather than having some random person who has never dealt in watches, much less held a Rolex dealership, why don't we reward our established dealers? Why don't they get a cut of these watches? Now, a lot of the watches that were put into that program seemingly are naked watches, so to speak, right? So watches that don't actually come with boxes and papers. So another way I can think of is this is a way for Rolex to pump the market with watches that are otherwise, harder to move, perhaps, because for me, people say that it's a snake pit, it's a minefield to buy vintage watches. For me, you can't make me buy a contemporary Rolex watch without box and papers, right? I would run right away, because to me it's really, like it's like an explosive game. So I think the certified pre-owned program has a way of moving these back into circulation with all the trappings of a new Rolex, because at the end of the day, these things are refurbished, serviced, and given a 2-year warranty by Rolex, and come with papers and box and everything else that goes with with that sort of watch. At the end of the day, I think, honestly, I really don't think that it's going to benefit the gray market dealers, though. I don't think that they will simply have a case by saying, oh, Bukhara sells the watches for this much, we can sell it for that much too. Well, Bukhara is Bukhara. That they are they have prestige that none of these gray market dealers have. I know for some simple minds that's a little hard to figure out, but their prices can't be somehow an incentive for others to inflate their prices. They can try, but in this financial environment, they won't be able to move watches if they try to sell it at the levels of the Rolex certified pre-owned program.
But Lord, how will Rolex, for example, a salesperson from this Rolex AD justify to a new guy? Let's suppose a new person goes to a shop where they are selling used watches, these pre-owned watches, for more than an new watch. Used watches for more than a new watch. Won't the new customer be little bit shaken to know that used watches are more expensive than a new watches?
Saad, I think, on one level, it's unconscionable. So I will have to say that I don't think it makes sense on one level. But on another level, in the same way that car dealerships justify the markup for you at this point in time, right? This is the list price, but we don't have stock. So you'll have to pay 10% more, 15% more, or whatever else. In this case, here's the incentive, because JB is right? Ultimately, Rolex is simply rubber stamping, legitimizing, and making official what has always been the case. Most Rolex ADs, most established Rolex jewelers that I've ever known always had an entire case of pre-owned Rolexes, right? Now, in this market, they either had to remove that case and start doing backdoor deals on those pre-owned watches, or they had to face what you just described, right? They would say, oh, I have this pre-owned, but in fact, it has the older movement, etc., but I can't get you the new one anyway. So here is the old one for a 25-30% markup. So rather than saying that, now they can at least say, hey, I can get you that watch. It's the same watch. It just went through the Rolex service. It was just rehauled by Rolex. It still comes with papers, 2 years warranty for sure, not 5 years. But I will throw in, 2 years of warranty from my own store, 2 years, 4 years for you. And, it's really too bad that I can't provide you an item at the list price. But it is what it is. There's just too much demand. So I think it makes it actually easier for most Rolex ADs to justify those markups, because now Rolex is providing added value with the pre-owned program. Whether you buy into that added value or not, that's another issue, of course. So I don't know if you think.
Lord, one other thing, is this a message from Rolex that they're limiting even more production on new watches?
Look, I think the most recent news finally is probably true that Rolex is expanding its manufacturing facilities, but that's like a decade-long plan. So even though Rolex has steadily increased production numbers, proportionally, they don't fuck around, right? They don't start producing twice the percentage, twice the proportion of Daytonas just because more people want Daytonas. right? I'm not saying that will be forever like that. I don't know. The only thing that doesn't change is change, as you know, Saad. Even Rolex
Yeah.
might change at some point. But this has been the case so far. So if in 2030s Rolex makes 2 million watches rather than 1 million, maybe they will have a different strategy as well. But as things are, I don't expect anything to change radically in the next few years. I think this will be the new new normal, so to speak. I just want to read the super chat very quickly. Curly Q, $10. Thank you so much, Curly. Great to see you in new surroundings. NYC is a perfect fit for you, in my opinion, and great to see the greatest guest in the world. I completely agree. Saad is always a man of style and knowledge, whom I really cherish on this platform. Anytime you would like to promote your show, you're welcome on The Dungeon. Hey, Curly, thank you for the kind invitation, but I don't think that will ever happen.
Thank you, Curly Q. You're the best in the universe.
Yeah, Boston, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Pre-owned watches are not used watches. They are completely restored to factory condition. Yeah, I mean, again, I agree. I think, again, Rolex is providing added value through the CPO program to their privileged authorized dealers network. They're trying to create a new segment of products so that they can get both Rolex and the authorized dealers network can get a cut of that market. But I don't think it will change the nature of the entire market. And I don't really think it will have that significant effect on the pricing of the larger markets for higher or lower, for better or worse. I don't think people are generally, I think, really exaggerating the potential aftermath of the CPO program.
Lord, you know that some of the not all of the watches that are stolen is reported to the Rolex service center, right? Not everybody does that.
Go
What
on.
happens?
You have an interesting theory here.
Yeah. So what happens if a watch is stolen and not reported to Rolex, and that watch is bought back by Rolex and then resold as a pre-owned certified with 2-year warranty watch with so much proudness that they have on their watches and products to a very loyal customer, and then the customer comes to know that the watch was stolen? What happens then?
I appreciate the thought experiment, but that's just too much. Stranger things have happened. That I don't know if you have heard Mark Cho, who just had his online auction with Philips in the beauty and everything. He actually bought an FP Journe on the secondary market, and when he wanted to get it serviced, FP Journe just seized the watch because it was a watch that was stolen from their Paris boutique.
Okay.
Like, not from a shipment, not from someone's private residence, not at gunpoint on the street, but from their Paris boutique. And ultimately, he was able to, get another Journe and even recover that in some way. I mean, it's a long story. So weird things happen in the world of watches, but that seems like a nightmare scenario. I kind of think, this is the question it raises for me, Saad.
Yeah.
I wonder how Rolex sources or will ultimately source the watches for its certified pre-owned program. Because again, clearly they're testing the waters. Clearly they are rolling it out part by part. Clearly they don't have it all figured out. Otherwise they will start it at least, let's do this just in Switzerland. Let's do this just in Germany. You know, they didn't even do that. They just said, we will start with Buchera, and next year, you know, some of our dealers will apply to us and we will roll it out on a case-by-case basis kind of thing. So I wonder ultimately how they will source their watches. Will it be done centrally? Will it be left to dealers who will buy the watches from customers at the point of sales, you know, as a trade-in perhaps, where the watches will then be sent to Rolex to be rehauled and restored to factory specifications? You know, Saad, you have a great sense of humor, so I don't know how to deal with it sometimes, but ultimately you are raising a very valid point. Where will
Yeah.
they get these watches, and how will they actually assess what they are? It's an important question, because again, I really don't see Rolex chucking away, you know, the original box and original papers just to present a watch as certified pre-owned, you know. So I really do think this is a way of putting naked watches into circulation with the upside, with the advantage, with the added value of all the trappings of fresh out of the box Rolex. And those watches are not always easier to track down, but that the problem is usually on the side of the customer, right? It's harder for us to track down what those watches really are, where they have ever been, because we don't have the information. Rolex does. When Rolex looks at the serial number, they know who, you know, where they distributed the watch, what the original point of sales was. They even know who was the original buyer of the watch, who was the first buyer of the watch from that authorized dealer. So it's kind of under the fog of war for us, but Rolex does have all the information which they withhold from the public, which they withhold from the end customer.
I think there is a chance that this program won't last for many years, and eventually this white tag will become a collector's item.
That's an interesting scenario.
They will say that, you know, there was a time when Rolex started a pre-owned program, and you know this watch is very expensive because, you know, this is when Rolex started their pre-owned program, and it comes with the white card and the white seal. Wow, it's a collector's item. So buy it because it's a very rare. It's lasted just for 4 months only.
It will be funny if they just end up discontinuing this, like by next year or something. It will be seriously funny. Again, stranger things have happened in the watch in the world of watches, in the watch market. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Rolex cancels this program at the end of 2023 and says, like, you know, wait, no bother, you know, we will just focus on establishing an international network of boutiques or something and sell our watches ourselves, you know, by 2035 or something like that. Boston Collector says CPO will stay forever. This is just the beginning. Rolex is controlling the market just like OPEC, just like the oil market. Listen, I think Rolex is trying to take a cut of the market. If Rolex wants to control the market, they will have to adopt a boutique model. But here's the problem. Rolex is not A. Lange und Söhne. Rolex is not even Vacheron Constantin. You know, Lange produces less than 6,000 watches. Vacheron produces 20,000 watches. Rolex produces 1 million watches. So they cannot just next year decide to sell watches only through their own boutiques. If they have any serious any serious plans or programs of really controlling the market on Rolex watches, they have to adopt that model. And for them to roll out a program of that sort, and it doesn't even have to be Rolex boutique necessarily, in the sense they can work only through Bucherer, Watches of Switzerland, Siddiqui, just the giant dealers.
Yeah.
Even if they do something like that, I think that's something that would take a decade or something. I don't think that's something they can do instantly, but I do agree with Boston at some level. There's every chance that they have already started the machinations to take over, because it's just too good, it's just too important, it's just too valuable to be left to just about anyone. And now that they have realized that, hey, they still trust the established network of dealers and jewelers for the large part, but they're also realizing that the game has changed. Now secondary market is not in the control of jewelers who have, in addition to new Rolex watches, just a case of pre-owned Rolexes. Now they are, watch investors who walk around with backpacks to try to sell watches. It's a different world, so they transform for that. Let's see. Evan says, is there a possibility that this CPO program will only be offered in markets without a large gray market footprint? I'm clueless outside of USA. Now, Evan, I think there's a sense that the gray market is global now, but you might be right. I think most of the gray market probably numerically operates out of the US and disproportionately out of UK. So you might be right in terms of thinking of the footprint of the gray markets geographically, but does it matter in an age where people sell watches on Instagram? Not sure, because they do ship internationally, and ultimately, I don't think the CPO program will be limited. And at the end of the day, Bucherer is not just Germany or Switzerland. Bucherer is a global company, so it's not just operating in Central Europe, but also in the US through Tourneau, for example. And of course, they have always had their own boutiques as well.
Lord, why do you think that Hermes is not going for the same route of having, because they also have the same issue of waiting list and difficult to achieve products like Birkin bags and Kelly? They could have also started a pre-owned of their own. Why? What makes you think that they are not into this kind of program? There is something called exclusivity, Lord. When you are a manufacturer and you start planning of doing the whole supply chain, you become a retailer, you become a delivery boy, you become advertising agency, you lose the charm.
I wanted to say that I actually, a little earlier today, I was in their new Madison Avenue boutique, which they of course call the Maison. It is actually a pretty nice little building, like a brownstone, New York, and they set it up as much as possible to feel like the store, like the original location in Faubourg. And Hermes is again, I feel like they have a very, very good idea of where they stand, who they are, what their product is, and they would not want to dilute that product by setting next to it something pre-owned, even if it were refurbished. As you know, Hermes also doesn't do sales. There are never discounts. They have, I think, once a year or something in some big cities. They have
Yes,
like
I was invited, but it's a very discreet sale. They
so
invite you through you. Yeah.
yeah, in some big cities, they might like one day a year, they
Yes.
have like the factory seconds and etc. Sold at a major discount. But that's just, they move that to, like you said, an undisclosed location. It's not marked Hermes or something, but people
Yeah.
line up and battle each
Yeah.
other over some piece of silk, right? So ultimately, I think that's also, you were asking a question, but you were also making a point. I don't think they would want to create any sort of confusion about their product. I don't think they would want to dilute their most important merchandise by here is the pre-owned, here is this, here is that. They might put in a very special case some for a special exhibition, a vintage Kelly, like this is the first one ever sold or something.
Yeah.
They would do something off the certified pre-owned program. Oh, who do we have here? Hi, JB.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello,
Good.
JB.
How are you?
Good. So I visited a AD that had pre-owned watches.
You are coming through somewhat subterranean. I can't hear you properly. Let's see if you can.
Better?
Much better. Yeah, I think it's those AirPods.
So I didn't even know that they had rolled this pilot program out at the AD that I visited. And so what I saw was mostly discontinued watches. So they had the Hulk in very, very good shape. They had, so I was quite, I would say I was quite in tune with the pricing for all the hype models. So a black Daytona, 25,000, and it was in really good shape. They didn't, of course, they didn't have a white or a black Daytona in the case. But what I noticed is there was no overlap. They would have an Air King either in their used watch case and a Datejust in or an OP in their, display only.
That's very interesting. So you basically walked to an AD and you realized that they already had some Rolex certified pre-owned.
Walked right in. They didn't have the price tags. The sales agent knew every single price because I picked, for me, some of the watches that they had there, I hadn't actually held in my hand. So the spread that they had was amazing. I mean, it looked like maybe the first 15 lots that you would have on a Phillips auction.
Mm-hmm.
They had the nice Reverso. They had, the ones that you would check the boxes on. But the Hulk they had a Pepsi. I'm trying to think. I had some of these in my hand and I almost impulse bought it. But there are watches that you normally don't get a chance to hold and feel and see. And I wasn't turned off by it. What I think may happen though is I hope that it's not used as a gateway to get into it, because the fact that they have access and the fact that they're going to be encouraging people within the first 3 years to possibly get their hands on it again so they can make, that second cut of the sale. I wasn't turned off by it. I'll tell you the truth, because at the time, the Black Daytona, the 116,500 black dial, was going for about 28. She had it for 25 with really low sales tax and in a pretty good condition.
That's the low sales tax is your state. I mean, that's not a kindness that the seller is doing, is it?
No, but it wasn't here. It wasn't anywhere around here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
it was a Torno shop.
Right. I mean, that's it. For now, it's just Buchera and Tourneau, which is Buchera, but by another name.
Yeah. But if you go to the Real and you look at maybe the 5 watches they have, it's not priced that much different. And a lot of times, though, where you see those same 2 shops, you could walk right down the street and see a gold sub, right? I mean, in theory.
JL, 20 Australian dollars. Great content. Thank you. You are most welcome.
You guys were bringing up the sizes earlier on the Rolex.
Let's see that. Let's see that.
7-inch wrist. Right? And so I wear an E and an F, right? Yeah. But sporty look, though. Yeah. You guys supposed to have it up? Yep.
Yes.
But yeah, I thought the selection was cool. They have a Hulk at an AD that is not going to be a fake Hulk. If you think about the possibility, maybe 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 100, that you may end up with a fake watch, you're out all that money, and they're off to the next one. Forget about it. So I think it does bring at least a peace of mind for some of the discontinued items. At least someone's looked at it, someone's opened it up, someone knows that the movement's actually the movement that they're selling. I think that's important.
Yeah, but by the way, I think we can wait a little longer for the full reveal. But you have some incoming stuff, I think, JB. Is that right?
Hopefully by Christmas. Yeah, it's paid for. It's just paperwork from here on.
Yeah. So Saad, I basically corrupted some people who are part of the OG crew of this channel now. Now they're bidding on auctions internationally and getting watches from those auctions.
You know what I think about the most, though, out of that auction? Are the ones I didn't buy. You always think about the ones you didn't. I'm like thrilled to death over what I purchased, but I'll tell you, it's always the one that got away that you think about like twice a day.
No, I think you should be
reference. This is kind of a rare one, but I'll tell you one that
you should be really happy. I think we will reveal it when they are here. But you got 2 very nice watches out of that auction. I think that will serve you well.
6234 is the one that pre-Daytona.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, those are some great watches, but I think that one was that
it passed.
Silver dial? Was that a silver dial? The 6234?
You see this in Rolex books that I put, that you spend time poring over and learning about. And I said, well, if it's going to get to the minimum bid, I would be a buyer, but they passed it. The other was a gold Speedy with the red track ring around. Just a beautiful watch, hand wound. I've always been a fan of that bracelet from Omega, even more than the President or the Jubilee.
You mean the old Flatling Speedmaster bracelet?
Yes, it came in the 321. The normal man you would see it in, but this was with solid gold.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's basically their version of the President bracelet. Right. I do think it's even nicer. Actually, I do like it better too. Yeah, although I'm not making any friends with General Saad there.
JB, it's the first time I'm talking to you, so I would like to ask one question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Can you let us know the watches that you have, the Rolex watches, top 5 or top 3 watches that you have? Because the one that you are wearing is a very nice watch.
And it's my nicest for sure. I have a Datejust, a 26 on Jubilee for my wife. Silver. I've got a Tudor Black Bay Chrono, Omega Seamaster, and I've got a Navitimer on the way, and a one other one that we'll reveal later.
So JB, what made you go for Oyster Flex than a normal bracelet? Because this is a very, very expensive watch.
What made me, if you're gonna do solid gold, I didn't, especially with maybe even probably some sort of the safety factor of it. It's a little too much if you're not in a suit when you're wearing a full gold all around. So I like the versatility of it. It's an expensive watch, but I wanted this exact setup. I didn't necessarily want the diamonds, but I was offered it. So it was a good day that day.
And can you swap a leather bracelet on this watch?
No.
Is it possible to do that?
You wouldn't. Like on the back of the part of this, it is. I'm sure you can get in there, but there's almost no room. I think there's probably some sort of skill that there. Yeah, there's almost no room for it. So you wouldn't swap it. Not only that, where it connects, there's a solid piece of titanium that's going through this back part. So from here all the way to the clasp, there's a piece of titanium that's through there, and then also around to here.
I see. Okay, there is a strip of titanium inside this.
Yeah, so there's like a little track layer. You'll see from the case. I'll do some demonstration here.
No,
so
look.
You see how this kind of cuts in a little bit?
Do you see those end links? They were there in the leather, earlier leather band version of these precious metal Daytonas. So you can't actually exchange it for the full bracelet.
Same. It looks just like this.
Because that end link is not removable. So you can probably change it for a leather band if Rolex allows it, by the leather band they used to use in the previous generation. But I don't think you can retrofit it with a full gold bracelet. Not that I would want to anyways, but
So when I thought Oyster Flex, I liked the gold Daytona. I thought it was a little more attainable as well. I knew that there would be ridiculous purchase power. That would need to be required to get stainless steel. I wasn't going to fight that battle, but I did want this one. I mean, this exact dial, I used to look at almost every day in a magazine, or in a Rolex book that I have.
No, this is a beautiful dial. So, does this watch hold value better than the metal bracelet one?
I think it may be harder to sell because you've got basically 2 letters here that they. So here's what happened. I went, basically wired the money. The next day I said I'll be there the next day to get it, and it was right around a holiday, right? So it wouldn't be normal for them to be open past like maybe 5 o'clock, which created a little bit of a problem. But I wanted them to get the money. Not only that, it was the end of the year. The price actually went up 5,000 for whatever it was from 2019 to 2020. So unless I got them the money that day, I was paying like something like $1,700 more because they had to, if they swiped the card that day, you've got now what, a 2.5% or whatever it was increase. But I knew that if I just wanted them to get the money. So what happens, I went there and the sales agent was there. He was looking very closely as he was putting it on my wrist. And he said, hang on one second. And I think he switched one of them out. He was gone for 5 or 6 minutes. But I think they've got kind of a good idea when you're there. And it's probably between 1 or 2 off of, just how big your wrist size is. And I think they're going to give their best guess so that it's just clean process. Not only that, they don't necessarily want to see one of their other customers seeing a Daytona being put on. So this is kind of hush-hush process that's going on where it's kind of an exciting time for you, but it's not really for broadcast, right? They don't want everyone to think they can get one that walks by.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate though that I didn't have to spend crazy amounts of money at this particular AD to acquire it, and I just basically went in there from the first time I made a relationship. I was dead set on this setup, and I asked for it without diamonds. They offer it with diamonds, and immediately.
So how comfortable is the Oyster Flex strap for daily wear and especially in summers?
What was the second part?
Especially in summers.
Summer? Oh, it's
Yeah.
great. So there's a channel on the inside of the band that creates a little bit of an air pocket, so your hand doesn't sweat, right? So there's like a little channel inside of here that'll have the air that'll trap between there. So that kind of gives you a cushion too, because it sits.
Can you show those channels again, JB? Oh,
yeah.
It froze a little bit.
You see the channels there?
Yes.
In the summer, I'm in somewhere where within 100 days of the year, it's 100 degrees. So
Okay.
it's always
humid.
hot here.
It's humid. It's nasty.
It's hot. You walk outside and it's hot. But it doesn't cause sweat. You don't have any perspiration around it. The worst thing I would say is you have to be careful with is any kind of fabric softener, anything like that, because of the texture of it, it's not quite rubber. It's almost like a little dustier than almost like dusty rubber, but anything like fabric softener or anything like that will kind of sponge to it and show up. So, but I've worn it for a couple of years now, and with no issue. I mean, it's what I put on in the morning.
So when it's sized properly, which they do at the point of purchase, it's just fine, right?
Yep. He put it right above my knuckle, right here, and that's how I wear it. And It's got your quick link adjustment here. Where is it? Pop it out. It's a couple of millimeters that you can go either, depending on the buffet that you just ate. Laying it sideways like this. Yeah, so it's got the normal Rolex couple millimeters that you can adjust. It was nice. I enjoyed it. I mean, I can't wait.
Yeah, it
I've
looks
got a
great
stainless
on you.
steel Daytona on the way, and I'm excited about that one.
Yeah, I have a stainless steel Daytona. It's a good daily wear watch. Yeah.
I I was telling people that your father doesn't approve, Saad.
Yeah, it's uh, it's not very flashy, you know. If it were on if it were a 116528, I would have liked it more. Steel watches have not much presence, to be honest.
But I heard
I love your
earlier
mentality.
that they're fragile. I've never had it off even a little bit. I mean, I haven't had any issues with it. I haven't like to me, it's the most solid that I've ever worn.
You
I
know,
wouldn't say fragile. Like I wouldn't say the same thing if I was wearing maybe a Patek or an AP that was a chrono. I mean, you kidding me? That's like I wouldn't be comfortable doing it. I don't know, but for this, I don't even think about it. I just go with it. It's fine.
I think one advantage certainly for me on the side of an Oyster Flex precious metal watch rather than one with the full bracelet is precisely that. I think it's just more comfortable to wear, less precious metal to ding about and worry about. There's something that makes it perhaps even more amenable for everyday wear when you have a precious metal Daytona on an Oyster Flex. I think it's almost perfect. I would much prefer it to one with full bracelet for sure.
Saw, did that change your mind about the gold Daytona?
Sorry.
Did that change your mind on a gold Oyster Flex?
I'm more into the metal bracelets, but your watch is a very, very interesting looking watch. If I get the opportunity of getting one, I will definitely go for it. And I really love diamonds on a watch. Most of the people don't like them. I don't know why, because Rolex uses some very high quality diamonds.
Very high
So
quality.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
Like
yeah, so
under a loop, you can see this.
even not you don't need a loop, you just need correct lighting, uh, uh, so if especially on bezel, if you have diamonds on bezel, it's extremely beautiful. I always appreciate diamonds on a Rolex watch. I don't know why people, they are afraid of wearing diamonds. I say this to people that diamonds are men's best friend also, it's not just.
Well, Saad, I actually completely agree with you, especially in an age where you see young men wearing actually pearl necklaces. I think older men like us certainly can
Yeah.
get away with having some diamonds on the bezel of a watch. Speaking of which, I was in the Lange boutique here in New York City, and they had a little Lange one with a diamond set bezel, and those were some amazing diamonds too. Lange does diamond setting very rarely, except for special pieces. So it was the first time I set eyes on a Lange watch that had gem setting, and it looked like an amazing selection of diamonds.
Lord, I saw Audemars Piguet dress watch. I don't remember the exact model, but it was a dress watch, and it had baguettes on the bezel, on the yeah. So even better than Rolex, what Rolex did, and it was invisible set diamonds. So that was something which needs to be appreciated. Uh, and the way Rolex, if you see the Rainbow Daytona, which when it was introduced, I basically saw one at the AD, and you know most of the people on Rolex forum, they say it's very flashy, it's this and that, and I said, this is the watch to get, and you guys will be the one who will be drooling on this watch one day. And at that time, nobody wanted to buy that watch. And I said, okay, you guys will say this is $1 million watch. One day it will be for $1 million watch. And it's now the time, people are looking for that watch. They are buying garbage just to get that watch now. So with time, trends change. But if you ever get a gem set watch from Rolex, don't ever underappreciate that watch. It's a beautifully set thing.
You know what's really special about that watch, and we can talk a little more hands-on if I bring up the picture. We were just talking about how Rolex is quite consummate about choosing their stones, the diamond specifically, and in this case, to make up that rainbow, they basically chose these stones so that it is gradient, right? It goes from the lighter colored stones to one shade darker, one shade darker, one shade darker. So it's like you see, for example, lights, darker,
Yes.
darker, 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 darker. And here the same, lights, darker, darker, darker. You see, and that's the case with every single row of stones they have on that. And of course, these beautiful meteorite subdials as well. I mean, it's, if you can pull it off, this is a great watch.
I've even seen if you remember the Tiger, there were two other weird looking Daytonas. One was the Leopard Daytona, and other was the Tiger. I don't know whether if it's called Tiger Daytona or I don't know the nickname of it. And I've also, because I've lived some time in the Middle East, and you could see these watches at the 80s in the Middle East. So, but I don't know whether if it was for sale or just for exhibition for some customer maybe. But you could appreciate, how beautifully they were set. Even on the diamonds on the lugs, the way they were set, it's perfect, 100% perfect.
Well, I give this analogy sometimes. Also, maybe in this case it's not entirely appropriate, but sometimes I look at these watches as simply works of art, right? So if you visit a museum and you see Rembrandt painting,
Yeah.
or you see a Picasso, you see the Mona Lisa, you don't expect to walk out with them. So there's an aspect to this hobby, there's an aspect to this passion where we can look at these watches, where we can inspect these watches, where we can study these watches without necessarily even aspiring to own them, right? There's something to be appreciated about a lot of watches at this level, even if it might not be the right watch for you.
Yeah.
And for me, certainly the Rainbow Daytona is that kind of watch. Would I, even if I had the money today and the opportunity to buy it, would I buy it to wear it? Absolutely not. But is it an amazing watch, especially the way that bezel is set with gradient stones? Absolutely. I love it.
Yeah. Lord, the first time they did this rainbow bezel was on a day date. Remember, this, right? If you find a day date,
I don't
there
actually
was,
remember. Let me search
yeah,
for it. But yes, say more, please.
there was I forgot the reference number. I might be having it somewhere, but uh, there was a day date with the rainbow dial which went for $1 million or something on auction. It was a white gold day date. I think only two in the world, which was special on special order. So this is how the rainbow, this bezel started, and then they put,
Uh,
yeah, this on
I
the
found
date.
I found it. It's like a Philips auction from a year ago, possibly one of one. It says this one.
Yeah, this one, and there was one in the white dial. Sorry, white gold also. Yeah. So you see, there is there both of the things matches similar to the Daytona. You see, the dial has also gradient, and the bezel has gradient. Same with the Daytona. It also has dial with gradients. You know, all of these are sapphires.
Yeah, it's
So most of the stuff they have done is they have first performed with the data.
oops, sorry. Go ahead.
So yeah, we can check what's in this video, but you see, looks like the watch has not been polished before. I can see from the
Oh,
lugs.
it's a
Yeah.
sharp case.
Yeah. They even used to have oyster quartz with the rainbow bezel, but I don't know whether if it's available, the photograph is available anymore.
Beyond the case, also, did you see the back of that bracelet as well? It's basically the watch is untouched. Look,
Yeah,
it's everything.
100%. Yes.
Because that generation of president bracelets. I mean, you wear it for 2 days, it's already 2 sizes bigger.
Yeah, normally people never used to wear watches like they do now, used to, and especially the presidents, uh, the model like this, this was a very rare occasion watch type of thing.
Yeah, of course, that's true.
We will do one full segment on day dates. I'll prepare myself properly, and because I have forgotten a lot of things, I'll come with proper reference numbers, and the rarest of the rare watches. We'll start from
No,
there.
we both have that Davide Parmigiani book, the most amazing day dates, that red book.
Yeah.
We can
Yes.
use that as a point of reference, as a kind of anchor. I'm
Yes.
sure that would be a great discussion.
Yes. I also have some other reference, that I have saved some images. I can email that to you. We can work in that, make a proper presentation. Even after 10 years, if somebody is looking for some knowledge on day dates, so they can just search on it and your video can come, and, they can look at the rare models right from the beginning till the end.
Yeah, that's a very cool watch. I mean,
It
even
looks,
even that dark blue, like the night blue background of the date, day and date windows. Did you see that?
Yes. These were the blue wheels that they used, the date wheel and the day wheel. If I give you a rare reference number, it should be 18138 maybe. They used the red wheels on that watch. Red wheels, which was even more beautiful than this one.
Very nice.
You brought up, I just saw the Daytona. The one that I've always kind of had my eye on was with the gem set bezel was with the orange around in mother of pearl Daytona. Where I live, that's kind of a popular one because orange is so popular here, but it makes me wonder how many they've made and how often an AD may get one of those. And I don't think that's in the same model of, the date just that Rolex is pushing on the ADs to get out And so they're kind of stuck in this spot where they've got to sell this many watches that we've got less buyers for, and this many watches that they get asked for every single day. You know, I would think that's a special order, and when it comes in, it's for the person that they intended it for. But the orange, to me, the orange, if I was going to get a gem set like that, it is with the orange on the outside. And you saw with those guys, yeah, mother of pearl there.
Yeah, I've seen the leftmost in real life. Yeah.
The tiger.
Yes,
Or the
this
leopard.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the leopard. Yeah, and also the rainbow one.
Man, that's something to behold. And if you've never seen a diamond or, you know, under a loop from Rolex, that as good as they are at making metals and the proprietary stuff that they have, making their own rose gold and their own yellow gold, white gold that they curate kind of themselves, their ability to pick diamonds is amazing as well. And you see that not just on the dial here, but also on, you know, that outer part.
Lord, if you can search reference 18168, you will see the red wheel, which will be, you will love it also.
Rolex 18168.
Yeah. Press on images, because it's a very rare piece, so only one will be available. If you go down a bit, I don't know if you can see it. It's not coming here.
I think it may be on the bottom there next to the green one.
Mhm. I mean, there's some interesting pieces, but Saad was saying that
It should have a ruby bezel on it, ruby baguettes. Yeah, it should have
he
a
knows one with
not.
he knows one with red date and day wheel, but I don't see
Yeah,
anything.
Asia Pacific would love that. I mean, they get a rise at a lot of those that are, you know, besides the Panda, a lot of those with the
Yeah.
red accents.
Just write 18168. Remove the Rolex, maybe then it comes, because sometimes. Okay, I'll send you the image, no problem. But anyway, it's so rare these watches are, you know, that
So rare.
even you, yeah.
One thing I was thinking about, though, if you think about one of the things that I guess market forces that cause watch values to go down, and I think about this a lot with the conflict in Ukraine in February. There's 8 dealers in Russia, I believe, ADs, and several in Ukraine as well. I don't know how much allocation those were going to, but you got to think that it at least had some effect on distribution, whereby those were, you know, the allocation that was assigned to them is now diverted to U.S. and European markets. But 8 ADs is not zero, right? I mean, I don't know if there's a dozen or so that were involved in you know, that are still involved in conflict, but that could be 5% more major watches that you see out there. So it plays into some fact of it.
You know, it's not negligible. I don't, like you said, JB, it's hard to know the exact number, because when it comes to Russian, post-Soviet, Eastern European buyer, they shop in their own markets, but they shop in other markets as well,
Right.
just like, you know, customers from China. But for example, when there was the so-called Asian crisis that made a lot of very luxurious watches suddenly available for other markets at a huge markdown, in fact, at that
Right.
time. That was a different time anyways. But all that being said, these kinds of major political and fiscal crises do shift stones and do affect markets in strange ways. Meech, welcome back.
They call me Big Meech. Actually, I was actually thinking about it. I think Saad is right. I think Saad is 100% right here. Buy their day date. Look down on other Rolex owners. Tell them to fuck off. Tell them to
Spit
get
on
the
them.
fuck out of the way. Spit on them, as Saad would say, and call it a year. Call it a physical year. Just buy the day date. One and done. What do you reckon, Lord?
I'm not averse to one and done kind of collections. You know, sometimes if I ever hang up the boots, it will be something like that. Maybe I will one day I will get everything sold except my Submariner and then ride into the sunset. Who knows? But I can see that certainly.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so cool.
I wish I was like that. Like, you know, I wish I was not a collector sometimes. Like, you know, I wish I could do just with one watch, but I just love these things, man. Like I just love the fact that I can have a different watch for every day. For me, it's really, it makes every moment of the day special. So it's hard to give that up. But on the other hand, there's also a kind of power to just having that one watch go through with you through your own life, you know, like every day, good things, bad things, difficulties, relaxing, being active, you know, eating, dining, whatever. I mean, there's something to be taken from that too, you know, all the memories associated with that single watch.
The question is, the most important thing is whatever makes you happy, do that. If one watch makes you happy, then you are fine with that. If you have to collect 10 watches and that makes you happy, then go for 10 watches. For me personally, even if I have 10 watches, if I have one watch, it doesn't matter to me much. I am originally a one watch person, but that one watch should be perfect. So no compromise on that. Now, coming back to the point, one watch for me right now, my aim is either to get a 40 millimeter day date yellow gold with the new green dial that they have now introduced, or a platinum day date. I will sell everything, whatever watch I have, I will sell everything, and then I'll have more peace of mind.
I'm glad you specified just watches, you know, because people would certainly sell more than watches in this.
Yeah, I just stopped there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Lord, I gotta be honest with you. Lord, can I be frank and honest with you? Lord,
Only
can I be
frank.
frank and
Don't
honest
be
with
honest.
Please
Just
don't.
be frank.
I can't afford these things. These are material goods. They don't
Oh,
bring
yes,
me
very.
happiness. They don't bring me happiness.
Get
Lord,
into some
would
consumer.
you reckon I
into
should throw it
some
on the
consumer-
credit card, Lord? Yeah.
Yes, you
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Should this little
Hey,
consumer
Meech,
debt?
I think what it is, the sheep move faster when you point with the platinum watch. I think they move faster.
You reckon? Maybe I should put a lien on the house, Lord. Lord, do you think that's a good idea?
Beautiful.
So this moves away from, you know, the olive that you see quite often in this setup. The new green.
It's kind of, this is more in the vein of the old school Stella dials, like a lacquered finish rather than the sunburst of the olive.
100%.
If you look at it closely, you think it's the sticker from the old ones on the bag. I like the color. I mean,
I
that's
like
their
them
color.
both.
That's their box color.
I think this goes well with the yellow gold, and the sunburst olive goes well with the pink gold. I was never too hot with the white gold version of that, but anyway, I mean, it's they're all great watches.
Todd, what do you think of these with the smooth bezel? They make a few with smooth bezel, right?
Yes, but I don't like the smooth bezel. I either go for a fluted bezel, that's the first option, or then if you have money, then go for the baguettes. Don't go for the round diamonds, go for the baguettes then. Yeah. But Rolex is known for their fluted bezel. This is their like the Rolls Royce have their trademark grill design. So in the same way, Rolex have their fluted bezel as their design. It's the instantly recognizable design that they have. So, and the light that this bezel gathers is outstanding. It's more than diamonds can gather. So I personally
Actually,
like.
I really agree. That's the main reason I have a Datejust in my collection. I think the way that white gold fluted bezel pops off from that stainless steel watch, like the way it gleams in light, is really something special. I can't, I mean, obviously you can say, well, that can, if it's a smooth bezel, that can happen too, but not in the same way. I mean, there's just a very special way in which that fluted finish plays with the light.
You notice on the platinum, the new ones have a little bit of texture on it. Does the green here have texture?
What kind of texture are we
I
talking
think
about?
it's like a guilloche on the platinum.
No, this is just a lacquered dial. No
Lacquer.
Texture. It's
Right. But you would see on
the
the platinum, when you would see the newest version, I believe have them. I could be wrong.
No. The platinum. Let's compare a platinum day date with a white day date, white gold day date, right? They both of them, the newer version, are almost exactly same watches, except for the fact that the platinum has this dial, which Lord has now displayed. This and the other light blue dial with baguettes on them.
Right.
Other than that, both of the watches look exactly same because the new platinum, which we have right now on our screens, are now coming with the fluted bezel. Before
Okay.
that, they used to come with the polished bezel. So you won't be able to recognize a white gold watch or a platinum watch which have any other dial than the glacier blue dial. For instance, let's say this dial. If you have a platinum watch with white dial or a white gold watch with the white dial, they both will look same from 3 feet away.
Right. Interesting. You put it on a scale, and the platinum one is about twice as much.
Or scale, or there are one has 950 written on it, other has 750. There are stamps difference, and on the crown, on the side of the crown, there the markings is different. Lord will understand what I'm saying. The waterproofing, the 2 dots on the gold, there are dots, and on the platinum there is a one big dot there. So that is different there on the crown.
Right. But that is like the same suit of the color, though, right? So you would see that with the case. It's going to be in unison with the case color, right?
Sorry, it's with the.
So the yellow gold, I think, is at 3 dots below, but essentially it's the case, the crown, whatever markings underneath the.
Yeah. The platinum has fatter, dot in the center, I suppose, in the newer ones. However, with the gold, there is a small. They did change this, with time. With the previous platinum, they had different markings.
With platinum, as hard as it is, it's amazing that they can get the fluting just perfect, like as if it was white gold. I mean, because gold is fairly malleable. You heat it up just a little bit, and you can make it whatever mold you want. I mean, platinum and titanium; those metals are extremely difficult to work with.
No, look, platinum is not that strong. It's just, platinum is as strong as almost as strong as a 14 karat gold, not stronger than that.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not that strong. So we are just, you see, this is on platinum, we have on twin lock, we have one dot. On trip lock, we have two dots, but a small third dot in the center. So they have changed this with time.
I see.
St. Peter says, and he would know a thing or two about this since he works with metal. Platinum is difficult to machine.
Yeah, it will be, but these days people are making it. We are at the age we are making atomic bombs. So, what's so difficult in making?
It is more gummy than gold and wears the tools faster.
That is why it's more expensive in making platinum watches. That's one reason.
All right, guys, I will take closing statements. Basically, I have a pretty long day ahead of me and an early rise, so we'll close. And we have been here already for more than 4 hours. So, what do you think? What do you think,
So,
guys?
Saad, I heard you on another appearance that you had, and you were really in tune with car sounds. So I'm gonna see if Lord will send me your info, and I'll give you a couple of car sounds. I'll see if you can pick it out.
Sure, why not?
I remember you modifying, what was it, like a Toyota, because you wanted it to sound just right?
Yeah, right now at this point I have a Toyota Tundras, which is supercharged. Not any other car that I've modified right now. But before that, I've modified many things. Yeah, I've had many different vehicles.
Well, good. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for talking to us, JB.
Great pleasure. JB, thank you for coming on. And Saad, this was a rare appearance by you. I hope you can come back more often. And I hope we will have a dedicated session on the day dates. Guys, hit the like button on the way out. It does make all the difference. If you would like to contribute to the channel, you know that the information is in the rolling ticker, in the crawling ticker. It is included in the description. You can always follow me on Instagram as well. Every little bit helps. It really helps me grow this social media empire exponentially. If you give me support, if you subscribe on one channel and follow me on the other, it's all great help. And I thank you for your support and presence. I'll see you at around the same time tomorrow. Until then, I bid you adieu. Thank you so much to all my panelists, Saad, Big Meech, JB. Thank you for everyone who joined the chat. To JL, Phoenician Cedar, and JB for the super chats, for Curly Q for his invitation, and for his kind super chat as well. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow again. And until then, you can always reach me at Lord Hellespont the 5th at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. Take care, guys.